Get started. We have a significant agenda, and it might be a little slow working through this. You know, this is definitely more than we did the one other Board of Finance that we had remote. So I'm going to call us to order at 5:37. Burlington Board of Finance on Monday, April 13th, and say welcome to the new members of the Board of Finance, and I would welcome an agenda, a motion regarding the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve and adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Any discussion, amendments? We will go to a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And so we have an agenda. And just so you guys know, I've got like a split screen with your faces on the left and the agenda on the right. I think I should be able to see you pretty clearly for indications if you want to speak or motions or whatnot, but I'm also hearing you well. So feel free to chime in verbally if I'm not recognizing you as you're hoping to be recognized. Next item on the agenda, having said just that, now we will try to recognize everybody else for the public forum. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak to the Board of Finance? And Jordan, I may need your help with that.
Yep, we do not have any members of the public who have signed up to speak on public forum.
Okay. Very good. If there is someone who's tuned in and didn't quite get that they're supposed to sign up.
Sure. So if you are just now hearing this and want to sign up on public forum, you can email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov and we will be able to identify you so you can speak on public forum.
Okay. Very good. So we will, why don't you say that email one more time, Jordan? Just
Yes, it's publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov.
okay. So if there's anyone listening to this that wants to speak, that's the way to do it. And I'm going to keep moving for now. It is, and we will go to item 3.01, which is Burlington Greenway Rehabilitation Phase 2 Pause Place construction for the North Shore Pause Place. I see that we have Cindy White, Director of Parks, Rec, and Waterfront, as well as Sophie. And I don't think I know how to pronounce your last name correctly, Sophie. Can you help me with that? Sauvé. Okay, like the French. So welcome. How would the board like to proceed? So, since it's our first time, we have a couple new members. We often, like tonight, have a number of items to get through. I generally don't assume that we have staff members here to answer questions. And if it's a significant item, we generally plan on some sort of overview. But if it's a more minor item, like this one involving several $1,000s, we generally go straight to you. We have people here to answer your questions if needed. That we assume people have read the material and we don't rehash that to start questions, to start items. So with that, how would the board like to proceed? Councilor Paul. Councilor Paul, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry about that. I'm also working on a split screen, so forgive me. So I'd like to make a motion to approve and recommend to the council to authorize the payment of $3,680 project's budget and take the remainder of the action indicated.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Is there a second? Thank you, President Tracy. Discussion.
Did we have a second?
Yes, Councilor Tracy seconded it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit unstable. Sorry.
No worries. That was my interpretation of President Tracy raising his hand. If there's no discussion, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And sorry, Councilor Jang, your mic is off, so I could not hear you or see you right now. Did you vote, Councilor Jang, on that item? Jordan, is there a way to unmute Councilor Jang?
Yes, I've just sent him a request to
Okay.
unmute his. Oh, there he is. So,
Yep,
Councilor
yep.
Chang,
I vote yes, sorry.
Okay. No worries. Thank you. All right. So the item passes unanimously.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy and Sophie. We will now move to 3.02, which is the Colchester Avenue Side Path Project, authorization to amend project budget and award construction contract. We have Director Spencer, Chapin Spencer here. Welcome, Chapin. And how would the board like to proceed on this item?
I'm happy to make that motion to approve and recommend to the council.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, thank you, President Tracy. Heard you as well, Councilor Jenk. Thank you. Is there any questions, any discussion?
What is the time? Sorry.
President Tracy, go ahead.
What are we thinking in terms of the timeline for implementation on this?
Yeah.
So I can answer that. We're anticipating being able to start construction essentially whenever the governor's stay-at-home order is lifted. We're pretty flexible. We had wanted to get the project completed by late August, but given the circumstances, we're going to be flexible with the contractor so that if we can't start until later on in the summer, we can extend the length of project if need be. So.
Okay. And does the contract allow for that flexibility? Do we lock in this price and then depending on when that order is lifted, we'll still have the same price?
Yes. So as soon as we execute the contract, those prices will be locked. We will be issuing a change order, which can extend the timeline of the contract, but those prices are locked in place. So that's one of the reasons it was important to get this contract executed now, because there's only a certain amount of time that the contractor can hold their prices for. So by executing the contract now, it guarantees that we get those prices.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Olivia. And President Tracy, as I think your question suggests, you understand right now virtually every construction project of the cities is shut down. There is the allowance for there's an exception to the stay-home order for essential infrastructure, but virtually none of our projects meet that definition. So all of our projects are on hold pending the lifting of the order. I do think, my sense of how this unfolds is there may well be subtlety to the way the stay-home order is lifted, and it may well be that certain types of construction, like outdoor construction where social distancing is possible, is allowed to go forward faster than interior construction is one possibility. We don't know yet, but I appreciate the department being ready to move on this item if it is approved. When the law allows, essentially.
Yep, and we as a municipality, because it's a locally managed project, even though it's receives federal funding and state funding, we have authority to start and stop work whenever we deem necessary. So it's not to say that as soon as the governor's order is lifted, we have to start work. We have the power as the city to determine when that. So even if we have more stringent requirements than say the state does, as far as when we get back to work, we have the power to say when. So.
Great. Thank you very much, Olivia.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions about 3.02? Okay, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? I don't believe so. It passes unanimously. Thank you again, Olivia. All right, that brings us to 3.03, which is the approving the issuance of grant anticipation notes for costs of certain airport improvement projects. See, we have Catherine, of course, here to help address this. I assume we've got someone from the airport on the line if necessary.
I see Jean.
Okay. I can't actually see it
Check
myself.
her book here.
And Nick.
Great. All right, excellent. All right, now I see you guys. Very good. So, a motion for this item, and then we can go to if the board's ready for a motion, I'd welcome that. Councilor Paul.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll make that motion to recommend that the city council approve the attached resolution. I have a couple of questions, but I'm happy to wait in the queue.
All right, we'll come back to you if there's once we have a second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Okay, back to you, Councilor Paul.
So I just wanted to, I think it would be helpful to everyone if, I see Jean is here, Nick is here, if you could, you've given us a summary in terms of the $7 million in the grant anticipation note, asking for the additional $16 million in a grant anticipation note from KeyBank, and perhaps it would be helpful to sort of give an overview of how the grants work, the fiscal year that the airport operates under, given the fact that we have a fiscal year, the feds have a fiscal year, and how grant anticipation notes work.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Jean or Nick,
Yeah,
would you?
absolutely. I'd be happy to walk through a couple of those. So of course, these grants are from the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, and they are given on a federal fiscal year. We've already received all of the grants that you see within this note and have started all of them. Of course, some of them are on hold because there are construction projects. So some of them, specifically the biggest one, the Taxiway Golf Phase 2 project, is on hold right now. This is a typical note that we do receive every year in anticipation of the reimbursement from the Federal Aviation Administration. These are all reimbursable grants, meaning we spend the funds first as the project moves forward, and then we request the reimbursement of each one of these grants moving forward. The reason that this one is a little bit larger this year is under the current circumstances, we wanted to make sure that we covered our cash flow, meaning we could still move forward with the construction, make sure that the cash flow was recovered through this grant anticipation note, and then recover the reimbursement from the Federal Aviation Administration so that we can repay this GAN.
If I might, if I could just add one other thing. Thank you. So what you were saying, Nick, before is that these projects are not new projects. These are projects that have come before the City Council and have already been approved by the council and by the Airport Commission. Is that right?
That is 100% correct. On the list of projects here, these are all projects that have been granted to the airport, signed by the mayor, and received by the airport. The one exception to that is there is a project on this list called the Terminal Integration Project, down there on the memo or TIP project, AIP 2020-TIP. That project has been appropriated to the Burlington Airport. We have not received a grant yet, but in anticipation of receiving that grant this year, which we're going out to bid in a matter of a week or so, then we can recover those funds during this grant anticipation note.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Who-
Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Freeman.
Thanks. Thank you for that additional information. I was curious, so you mentioned that some of the projects are obviously delayed right now, so we haven't spent all that. Do you have an idea of how much we've already how much we've already used in terms of the funds that were asking for sort of for reimbursement?
On each one of these projects?
Or cumulative?
Cumulative, I would say, let me quickly go through it real quick. Most of these are planning projects, and you can see some of the dates in there, 2016, 2017 for master planning. Our air carrier apron is halfway completed, which was a project we started last year. The big one is the $16 million Taxiway Golf Phase 2 grant. We just started that. We have not even received any substantial bills on that yet, and that's a $16 million. So I would say the remaining portion of these projects are not completed yet.
Okay, and the 16 million is just specifically for the, what, sorry, it's the TUA. I don't have the split screen, so I can't look at the project name, but it's the golf. What's it called?
Correct. It's labeled AIP 118 Taxiway G, or Golf Phase 2.
Okay, and that was separate from the TIP project?
That's correct.
Okay, those are two separate ones. Okay, so okay. So this is asking for reimbursement beyond just the golf project one. It's for all of them, sort of. I think I followed along mostly, more or less. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Are there any further questions? President Tracy.
So there was I heard some questions sort of about, is this related to expansion? Is this related to maintenance? Is this related to noise mitigation? Like, there was some confusion that I had heard around what all of these projects are, and just wanting to be clear about that. And then also, what happens if the council does not approve this?
I just, if I may, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I just want to make sure you understand that most of these projects are currently ongoing.
Okay.
This grant anticipation note is something that we do get every single year. We do have the $7 million one currently active. Some of them are planning studies only. Some of them, like the air carrier projects that are labeled on that list, are rehabilitation of our existing air carrier apron. So this apron, or this parking area, has 20-plus-year-old concrete on it. I'm happy to report that we're in our final phase of our existing apron right now. Taxiway Golf is also a rehabilitation of an existing taxiway. In fact, that particular project, we're relocating that existing taxiway 100 feet closer to the runway, away from the neighborhoods. That's also part of one of the parts of the noise compatibility program. Same with the planning study, the noise compatibility program, which was presented to the council a few months back. There's a couple of other rehabilitation projects in there as well, including what is referred to as the PAPI, or it's an approach control lighting system. There's a few projects on there that are looking at the existing terminal building and how we can better utilize the footprint of the existing building itself for queuing space of the Transportation Security Administration security checkpoints, as well as an additional area outside that outside of our existing building, to house a centralized security checkpoint, which was an essential aspect and part of a long-term planning process that the airport has undergone and we're continuing to undergo. As you can see, one of the projects on here is a master plan for the entire airport, whether we're talking runway, taxiways, buildings, or anything on the outside of the fence. I hope I answered that question.
Yeah, that does help to clarify a lot. The other piece was just what happens, if this does not go through.
Yeah, that's a good question. And The FAA, our FAA partners have been fantastic reimbursing us these funds. However, as you can see, there's a significant amount of projects on the table. There are, as we sign these grants, there's many grant requirements associated with these, including the timing of starting these projects. And the reason I say they're fantastic partners is because they have been very timely on the repayment of any one of these projects over many, many years, decades, certainly the past decade since I've been there. And if the council were not to pass this, it would put an undue burden on the airport, as we would have to very carefully plan the cash flow scenarios of each and every one of these projects. And when I say that, specifically going back to the taxiway golf project, because it is the largest project on this list at $16 million. When that construction project moves forward, these invoices and the scope of the work in just a very short period of time, let's say a week or even a 2-week period, can have a substantial invoice cost, single invoice cost to the airport. Hence the reason that we can recover these funds through this grant anticipation note. That note is only backed by the actual FAA grants, and make sure our cash flow and our cash position is strong throughout these projects.
Great. Thank you very much.
Can I ask just one more question?
Yep, Councilor Freeman, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is, as a follow-up to that, and I've looked through the projects, they're quite diverse. I think like the noise mitigation is very different to me than the expansion, the rehab projects. They all are pretty diverse. And so I was just wondering, so like personally, and I've said this already, I don't support the expansion of the airport for a lot of reasons, but I do support the noise mitigation efforts. So I'm just curious, is it only possible to advance these projects as a slate in terms of the grants? I mean, I don't know if that's just how it's typically written.
Let me try to speak to that, Councilor Freeman, and Nick, if I didn't get something wrong about this, please jump in. But again,
I understand the council's already approved it, so maybe that's why it's as a slate.
Right. Well, that's a key point, Councilor Freeman, right? So what this is a vote on is on the approval of a single instrument, a grant anticipation note that would be used for a variety of grants. It is not currently contemplated that we would have one grant anticipation note for some types of projects and another for other types. This allows us to borrow against all future federal grants. And so the bank basically looks at this, they know, okay, the federal government's on the hook for this, the federal government is backing this, it's been a duly authorized contract and grant, and they're just lending to the airport knowing that they're going to get repaid because when the money comes in from the federal government. So it would take a substantial change to the instrument to try to only allow us to do this kind of borrowing for certain types of grants. And I'm not really sure, again, these are duly approved. The decision has already been made by the city to seek these grants and receive these grants and carry out this construction. I don't think, from my perspective, I don't think a vote for the grant anticipation note in any material way is a support of these projects. It's basically a support of the airport being able to manage its funds in a responsible way that costs the Burlington ratepayers and sort of stakeholders that pay into the airport expenses, including the traveling public, the most efficient and least amount. So it's really not a vote that in any way impacts whether or not any specific project gets built or not. It's about financial management.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I feel a little, I hear what you're saying in terms of the projects are already been approved. I believe I voted against those probably initially when they came through the council. This is sort of just the procedural aspect of it. I feel just a little torn because I didn't initially support those projects to begin with. So,
Yeah.
but I appreciate the sort of the background, the explaining that it's just one grant, and that's how sort of as a sum to address all the projects. Yeah, I appreciate the background information.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah. So, and again, I don't mean to be repetitive, but from my perspective, have done very effectively save the airport money by these grant anticipation notes. Basically, our finances by getting the money quicker and not having to wait for the sometimes substantial amounts of time that the federal government takes. And so that's the essence of what we're engaged in here. Are there any further questions about the item before us, which is 3.03? Seeing none, I'm going to go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And then brings us to 3.04, pledging the credit of the city in anticipation of receipt of revenue from the airport department. Are we ready for a motion, or are there questions to start this out?
I'm happy to make the motion to approve and recommend to the council for its approval to get it started.
Yeah, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. And it's certainly not uncommon in this board, just again, since it's the first time we're working together as a board, frequently we get a motion and a second to get something on the table, and you don't need, and frequently then that's evolved into additional discussion, and the second is, or even the motion isn't necessarily assumed here as it is at the council that is a sign of ultimate support. It sort of gets the conversation started sometimes. So with that said, are there questions? Councilor Paul.
Well, not really a question, but more just, the Board of Finance, and for others who read the summary, there was an attached memo, but I thought perhaps Nick could give a brief overview as well.
Great. Nick, can you go ahead and do that?
Absolutely. So this is somewhat similar to the grant anticipation, except that this is, of course, a revenue anticipation note. This is in direct response to the COVID-19 situation and a calculation that the airport team had put together in direct revenue losses hitting the airport as a result of this situation. This is an $11.1 million revenue anticipation note from Key Bank. The lost revenue as part of this calculation is, as you can imagine, from various sources. Some of the largest sources would, of course, be the airlines who have asked for deferred payments. We have received extensive guidance from the Federal Aviation Administration, and we are not allowed to waive any fees. And that's a general statement from the airport, whether it's leases, concessions, things of that nature. That's direct guidance from the FAA. The largest revenue loss to the airport is our parking garage, which equates to about $450,000 to $650,000 per month. This revenue anticipation note is a 6-month calculation until we can recover a little bit and see what the long-term goals and long-term repercussions of this are. We have great partnerships with the airlines, and if for those that remember our airline agreement, it does help us tremendously with this. However, more importantly, the partnerships with our airlines to create a more sustainable path out of this situation is what is really going to help us recover from this. We want to keep those relationships very strong. As you can imagine, they're the start of all of our revenue, with direct payments to us, down to the parking garage capacity, down to who's purchasing food at the concessions like Skinny Pancake. So this revenue note is to help us recover a portion of this 6-month loss. We also are anticipating a large grant outside of everything you've seen before, directly in response to the COVID-19 situation. That is part of the CARES Act that is flowing through the Federal Aviation Administration, and is helping not only bail out and stimulate the airline economics and financial situation, but also $10 billion of that CARES package is going to airports. Of that, Burlington is in line to receive approximately $3 to $8 million, depending on the final calculation. That calculation is based on various things like enplanement data or passenger data, as well as bond coverage. So in a nutshell, that's essentially what this revenue anticipation note, as well as the budget amendment associated with it for the interest, is in relation to.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask one other question?
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Paul.
Okay, thank you. So part of the 11.1 million is 2.5 million that the city of Burlington needs to repay the FAA for the Kirby Cottage situation. My understanding, and I know that Jean is here as well, is that there have been that you are moving ahead, and I don't know how COVID has impacted this, but it appeared as though you were pretty close to a transaction on that property. Is that where do you stand with that, and do you feel that you can still move forward on the timeline that you had, just a couple of weeks ago, or has that changed?
We're in a very good position. Jean and the team has really made these properties extremely marketable. We have hired a broker, and they are also digitally making these properties extremely marketable. Of course, with the governor's guidance, there are limitations on what they can do to show these and to sell these, but they can continue in a digital format. The great point, Councilor Paul, that $2.5 million is directly associated with it, so that we can maintain our obligation to the Federal Aviation Administration and repay the FAA approximately $2.5 million by the May 15th deadline that they gave us. We have a great relationship with the FAA as well. They're looking at that timeline a little bit closer for us, but right now we want to make sure we maintain that obligation very closely. That obligation is also in association with closing the grant out that those cottages were associated with, which has to occur by the end of this federal fiscal year or before October. So this revenue anticipation note will be able to draw down that $2.5 million, repay the FAA in a timely manner in anticipation of selling those properties on the open market, even if we close out the grant and close out this project with the FAA. We're going to be in a very, very strong position.
And so that is your idea, is that when you do these, you're only going to be using money as you need money. This is not a grant anticipation note for a total amount, that it's a not to exceed amount, but if you don't find that you need all of it, you're not going to take the note for that, right?
I believe it's slightly different than the grant anticipation. The grant anticipation note is exactly how you mentioned. We draw down as we need it. The revenue anticipation note does 100% come to us first, and then we pay it back. Marie or Rich, is that correct?
Well, while we're waiting for that, if I could just in the interest of time, so the 11.1 million minus the 2.5 puts us with 8.6. Is the amount of money that we would get from as a result of the CARES Act? I assume that's based on a formula,
Yes.
and it would be somewhere, as you say, between 3 and 8 million. Hopefully, closer to the 8 than the 3.
Yeah, I know that's a big difference, and that's absolutely correct. The grant that's being calculated by the FAA has to do with our 2018 employment data, which was a very strong year, which is
Yes.
helpful. It has to do with our debt ratio compared to all airport debt ratio in the country. So there's a lot of very minute details. I know our consultant did a rough calculation for us that equated to around $7.6 million. Moody's also did that calculation, which I received from Rich today, which is a little bit less. However, I think that's on the low side. So it's definitely, as I mentioned, somewhere between that $3 and $8 million. That we've had great conversations with the FAA. They're calculating that. We're hoping to receive more guidance, not only on how we apply for that grant, but what the actual amount is, which FAA is going to tell us what that amount is.
And then I have one last question, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Councilor Paul.
Thank you. So the monthly interest charges, what you've done is you've taken money out of 2 other line items in your budget in order to pay the interest expense of approximately $40,000. Could you just speak to, for example, the runway de-icing? Is that money that you budgeted for? And given the shortness of our season, obviously we don't anticipate needing more de-icing. Is that the story behind that? And then what about the other item is, if you could just speak to why you don't feel you need those monies budgeted for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a great summary, because you're absolutely right. After looking at our budget, which this was previously budgeted and approved, runway de-icing in particular, we realized that we do not need most of that, and same with the professional and consultant security contracts. Marie, did you want to say anything just slightly on that?
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that we are maintaining the integrity of the approved expenses, given that we are trying to be conservative and spend only what we need to spend given this COVID. So we're looking at expense line items, and these were areas where we felt that we weren't going to spend as much as had been approved, and that happens. And the other, I wanted to address your question from earlier where you asked whether or not the money would all come down at once, and it does all come down at once. And that's why we budgeted to try to appropriate some money to recognize that we will have a new interest expense that we hadn't planned on. So that's what we're doing with this.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
I have a question after President Tracy, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Jang. Sure, we'll go to President Tracy first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the points in the memo that raised a question for me was the sentence that says any amounts not repaid from the revenues of the airport division are required to be repaid from the property taxes or other taxes next falling due after the making of the temporary loan. And that raised the question of risk for me, and risk to Burlington taxpayers, and also as sort of an extension of that, recognizing that in addition to the airport feeling very uncertain, we're hearing a lot of uncertainty around people's ability to pay property taxes and the flow of the property taxes coming in. So just wanting to understand how you all see those dynamics playing out, and what the level of risk you feel to taxpayers. Like, are taxpayers potentially going to have to come in and cover a portion of this with that revenue?
Thank you, President Tracy. Nick, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, great question. And we definitely looked at this task very sensitively. We wanted to make sure that the 6-month time frame was very conservative, making sure that we looked at all the areas while also making sure that we reduce, if not eliminate, as much of that risk that you just mentioned as much as possible. The reduction in that risk is one, those Kirby cottages, that 2.5 million of this $11 million, we feel is very low risk and could be immediately paid back as part of this revenue anticipation note, regardless of the requirements of the FAA. The remaining portion of this revenue anticipation note is in line with that FAA grant that I just mentioned. So that separation between the note and the taxpayers it grows even further with just those two levels of reduced risk. On top of that, there's other avenues that the airport can entertain as well as we move forward. Some of those might be passenger facility charges. Those are unique charges from an airline ticket that can be extended over a period of time, even though we have very limited passengers right now, that can be extended over a very larger period of time that may be able to recover some of this. That's just an example of eliminating more of that risk. We're also working, like I said, with the airlines, the backing of our airline lease contract that we have in place right now, and many other layers as well before it ever even gets downtown or the city of Burlington taxpayers.
I think it'd be worth adding to that list the days cash on hand as well, Nick, right? Which are substantial.
The days cash on hand are just below 300, Marie. Right now, they are being reduced slightly because of an ongoing car rental project. CFCs are customer facility charges that are collected from car rental transactions. Those are obligated towards certain projects. But yeah, that's absolutely right. We have very high cash on hand right now, the highest it's been in a very, very long time. And
What does that amount to? 300 days. That's how many millions?
Marie, do you have that number?
Well, yeah, it would be between $5 and $6 million. I don't have it up in front of me, but as far as direct cash, like in our checking account and the CFC account, we would have well over $5 million.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer.
Councilor Jang.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Nicole and both Jean, thank you again, taking your time speaking with me this weekend and answering many of my questions already. Really appreciate
Absolutely.
it. And now I just wanted to ask a very simple question. What is the asset value of the airport, and does it include the cottage, the Kirby cottages?
That's a great question. As part of our master plan, which we just completed last year, we did a total regional and asset value. Regionally, the airport supports around $600 million annually. This is anywhere from jobs to construction projects to concessions to hotel stays. The asset value at that time was around another $600 million in total asset value.
Yeah,
that does not
I don't think that's, I want to understand if that's really, that gets to the heart of Councilor Jang's question, because that's a fairly abstract, asset value is something that's been debated greatly. If the airport was to, if we were to go, for example, and not that this is even legally possible, but attempt to sell the airport on like the open market, it would not fetch anywhere near $600 million. So what is the if you could give a little more, I just want to make sure we're giving you an actual response to your question, because asset value in this context really depends, is the and it's something that it's somewhat contextual. So what is, how can we speak more to your
So I think the answer was really partially answered, but the deep down question is, does it include the Kirby cottages? The number that you thrown right there, 500 million, maybe $500 million. does it include the Kirby cottages? And we know that it will be in the open market soon. I just wanted to have to make that prediction, if any.
Certainly, the Kirby cottages are an asset of, and one of the fairly liquid, much more liquid asset than most of the assets of the airport, and are part of any valuation, whichever way you try to evaluate it. To address your question, the Kirby cottages would be considered part of that valuation.
It will be considered part of it. Yeah. So now the other question that I have is around the revenue anticipation notes, and it seems you're talking about 11 millions, and it's for a very certain of time. But now, what if the emergency, this order, goes beyond, a year from now? Does it mean that you will come back again? And also, could you clarify that the city, the airport is mainly seeking to have the backup from the city and not trying to get any, any resources from the taxpayers? So it seems that your organization is a little bit different compared to many other city departments, right? And here, it seems you just want the city to back you up to be able to do your work, access some funds without being able to ask the taxpayers to pay part of your needs. There's a lot in there.
Nick, do you want to? Do you want to try to address that, Nick?
Sure. Yeah. So yeah, we are definitely unique in, as I mentioned before, we were very conservative on the calculation for that $11 million. That was over a 6-month period of time that calculation occurred. That doesn't mean the revenue anticipation note only lasts 6 months. By being conservative, if this does extend beyond that 6-month period, we have some leniency and some ability to spread that $11 million over a larger period of time. We also have that $7 million note that doesn't come up until November. So that also gives us a little bit. Excuse me, that was a grant anticipation note. I'm sorry, I'm mixing the two. But my point is the 6 months time frame that we created this calculation, very conservative, assumed many different things, which we still don't know quite yet the total impacts, and we can extend this over a period of time. I think I understood the question, the latter part of the question. We are trying to do this without touching or impacting or adding the risk back to the city of Burlington.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. It is certainly in the way, although it is fairly, the language that you guys are focusing on here, which is important language to consider, is always been part of airport financing packages. I believe in the time I've worked with the airport, it has never, it is always the intent, as with all our enterprise funds, for the airport really to stand on its own and not ultimately need any subsidy or support from the city. And the airport's always been successful at that, even through some fairly significant financial challenges. Ultimately, over the last 15 years, and I believe for a much longer period than that, the backstop of the city has remained sort of conceptual and not actually required. But it is real, it is there, and it is certainly something, and we are in exceptional times. But I'm satisfied that, and I think one question maybe to Councilor Jang's that I don't think we can fully, and I'm not sure, that there's definitely a possibility that we don't know what the future holds, and it is possible that this that there could be twists and turns with this thing that we can't fully anticipate sitting here in April of 2020. That said, I do think the plan to repay this RAN, the combination of the Kirby cottages plus the expected federal allocation, plus the substantial cash on hand if necessary, plus the airport lease agreement, which, although I think you guys are being correct and prudent in not looking to call that overly quickly because of the long-term desire to have them succeed and not drive them out of Burlington, that is ultimately a further backstop here too. So there are many millions between the city and the repayment of this that gives me confidence in the plan that's being laid out here. With that, any further questions? All right, I think we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick and Jean. This brings us to 3.05, I believe, which is authorization for up to $49,781,000 planning loan from the Vermont Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund. Excuse me, for asset management application, a DPW item. And I know Chapin Spencer is with us if we need him. How would the board like to proceed on this item? Councilor Paul.
You're on mute.
Happy to make, thank you very much, President Tracy. I'm happy to make that motion to approve and recommend to the council for its approval.
Thank you. Seconded by President Tracy. Discussion. All right, hearing.
Yep, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. So basically, I just wanted to, more understanding around, are we talking about a project management or an asset management? Because when you look at the scope of work, I haven't seen anything that is explicitly saying this request is for the asset management. And I know asset management of the city, and it seems this is one particular project of the water division, right? And I just wanted maybe Chapin or Megan, if they can explain, you know, what the difference is between asset management and also a project management.
Great.
Sure, happy to help out. And we've got a great team on the meeting today. Thank you for the time. I see project management as an individual discrete project. It could be a capital project or otherwise, bringing it from planning through to execution. Yeah. Asset management in its broad sense is taking a look at all the city's assets and how do we best maintain them at the least cost and the highest level of service. So it's like buying a new car. It's great to buy the new car, which we have reinvested in our assets through the last 5 years through the Sustainable Infrastructure Plan. But now we really need a robust plan to maintain those assets. And this is a methodology, it's data-driven, it's a system that gives us the same real-time tool to be able to make the best decisions on what asset to maintain at what time and in what strategy.
Okay. Yep, and now the second question is, it seems that the city, your division, your department have hired a person to be the asset manager coordinator. Is that correct?
Asset management administrator, Peter Egolf, yes.
Yep, and why do we need a consultant then to, you know, lead us through this work?
It's a great question, Councilor Jang. This is a multi-year, multi-departmental effort. This consultant is coming in with task 0 through 2, what's in front of you today, to assist us with some key steps towards acquiring a computerized maintenance management system. It's a software tool that will unite all general fund departments, the water team, as well as traffic and potentially other enterprise funds into a citywide asset management tool. This consultant is nationally known and able to help us procure this tool. We have never procured a tool similar to this, and that this consultant who is coming in will assist us to do that. I think it's important to note that thanks to the collaboration with other entities and other funds, the general fund has a very small portion of this investment here, with water in particular paying the lion's share of this phase here.
Yeah. And now the other question is then why this request is coming from the water division and not from DPW, since you stated that this is more of a systematic asset management for the city of Burlington.
Sure, thank you, Councilor Jang. There are 3 agenda items in front of you tonight: 3.05, 3.06, and 3.09. 3.09 really is the collaborative citywide communication that speaks to this cross-departmental effort. Water, with its ability to secure planning loans for this activity, is on the agenda here. We thought we'd put those items first so that you could approve the funding mechanism before you approve the contract. That we wanted you to feel comfortable that you had the money lined up and in place, and then move to 3.09, which is the approval of the contract itself.
No further question at this time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Jang. Thank you, Chapin. Further discussion? Okay, we'll go to President Tracy, go ahead.
Just wanting to understand the degree to which, again, this kind of goes to the question that I had on the path, but like how much of this crucial water work is going to be able to happen either in terms of asset management planning, which I see as being sort of the precursor to and the kind of ongoing process of taking care of these resources, but also the sort of the physical work of replacing broken mains, relining, all of that. How, Director Spencer, or do you see us be, or any other DPW staff, how much are we going to be able to do this coming year? And just thinking, if, for instance, we had another major break like we had this year on top of the COVID stuff, it just feels like it's a really delicate time to have some of these crucial resources potentially that. So how much of that work is going to be able to continue?
Yeah, Division Director Moore.
Well, I don't know if your question, Max, is should we be spending the money on the asset management instead of capital work? No, okay. So 2 separate questions. Certainly the SRF funds, one of the benefits of them is you don't have to start repaying them until a year after you finish a project. And sorry, I have a coworker in the background. So as far as the water work, we're still evaluating that. The challenge is right now, any planned water work would involve potentially disrupting people's service, which right now, when everybody has hyper sense of hygiene and needing and wanting to wash their hands all the time, we don't feel it's the proper time to do that. Same thing with the relining. At this point, we don't feel like it can be done safely because water main relining requires us to go into everybody's home and hook up temporary water. So those projects, unfortunately, will be delayed until such time as we have a better handle on the level of the pandemic and our ability to, reduce both our exposure and the exposures of others. So that work isn't going to not happen. It's just a question of when it's going to happen. And certainly if there is a water main break, we're quickly preparing our crews to make sure that they can get in there and do that work safely, and that if they are going to be within 6 feet of each other, that they would have the appropriate PPE, and also just be wearing masks in generally if they're around. Does that answer your question at all, Max? And I'd be happy to talk to you more about sort of the specific status of all of our projects. We do have a number of projects that we anticipate advancing even within the COVID-19 framework, particularly our wastewater projects, the SCADA and the disinfection, because those systems have broken before. We believe that those would still fit the essential work definitions. We're not quite there with construction, and we'd be certainly testing that before we actually break ground.
Okay. Yeah, that is helpful just in terms of the broader context. If we approve this asset management planning, this is going to allow you to continue to keep that good work going and lay a lot of good groundwork. Is that the case?
That's correct. Peter, do you want to answer that?
Sure, yes. So this project has been designed to be completed remotely in all facets of it. So the contract that you would be approving can be done completely through remote interviews in terms of interviewing city employees, and the actual procurement of the software system can be done remotely. I myself am leading the charge within the city, and I can do all of that work as I was when I was working in the DPW building itself. So we have had COVID-19 as a primary driver of how we have designed this contract to actually be undertaken, and the schedule that we have put forth we think is a reasonable schedule, even though it will all be done remotely. So in the instance where the consultant KCI would have come to Burlington to do staff interviews, we've redesigned that such that it can be done remotely through a Zoom meeting or the like.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for those answers. Appreciate it.
Yep, more question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're talking about item number 3005. Is that correct, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and it's here, it's saying very clearly, it's a planning loan for Vermont Clean Water State Revolving Funds, asset management. Now, I heard through the explanation of Director Spencer that we're talking about a computerized system that will help to manage better the city's assets, right? And was just wondering if this is a one-time thing. Basically, DPW or any other department won't come back requesting the same type of asset management applications again.
Great, Councilor Jang.
Asset management initiative, Councilor Jang, is has been the subject of multiple years of consultant studies and reports, and was approved by the council to each step of the way. And this is a crucial step, and we created Peter's position as a result of this commitment to asset management. So there certainly will be, asset management is something, it's a new thing for the city. It is not something we've done historically, but it is something that we will continue to do going forward. It is becoming part of the ethic and part of the culture of the city to do asset management. It's been estimated that ultimately we probably spend about 20% or more on our capital items than we should, because we are not managing them for the long term, because we're not doing all the preventative maintenance and items. So there certainly will be other asset management costs, if that's your question. But this step of setting up the system is, in some sense, a one-time thing that then we've, is my thinking on it. Chapin, do you want to add to that?
I think, Councilor Chang, the point is well taken that we do not want to have multiple systems. A large part of this effort here is to make sure that the general fund of the city, as well as a number of enterprise funds, is harnessing the power of this tool together. And it is fully the intent of the general fund and the and a few key enterprise funds to be in a coordinated, collaborative fashion. There is the possibility that some of these tools will integrate with existing systems already in place instead of replace them. That's part of what this consultant's going to look at. Do we still use micropaver for measuring the quality of pavement? Do we continue to use Facility Dude for the facilities and overlay them on top and integrate them with? The good news is a number of these asset management tools do integrate with New World systems and with See-Click-Fix. So the goal here is not to fragment the system in the city. The goal of this effort is to unify and integrate all systems. So when a work order comes from Parks and needs to flow to DPW and permitting and inspections, it doesn't need to get sent in 3 different emails and get lost. It can stay tracked online for each phase of project completion.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're going to go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion for 3.05, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. The motion
I'm
carries.
gonna get the mute and unmute one of these days. Sorry.
No worries. We're all learning here. 3.06, authorization for $44,321 for planning loan from Vermont Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund for asset management application assessment, procurement, and implementation. As Director Spencer mentioned, sort of the sister resolution here. The floor is open for a motion or discussion.
I'll move approval of the attached resolution.
Second.
Thank you, President Tracy and Councilor Paul. Further discussion? We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to 3.07, approving the pledging of the credit of the city in anticipation of the revenue anticipation of the receipt of revenue from the water division of the Public Works Department. Floor is open.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Is there, this one is for, one of them is 1.6 million, one of them is 1.7. I can't remember now which one is which of the 3.07 and 3.08. Is there, perhaps in the interest of time, is it possible to move both at the same time, or would you prefer not to?
I think you can make a motion. I don't see a reason that you can combine them. They deal with related issues. Are you okay with that, Chapin? Or yeah. So if you'd like to do it that way, go ahead, Councilor Paul.
Okay. That being, I would recommend that the council approve the resolutions in item 3.07 and 3.08, pledging the credit of the city for the water and wastewater divisions separately.
I'll second that.
Thank you, President Tracy. The discussion.
Yes. Discussion.
Go ahead.
I believe sending you at least 8 questions, Mayor Chapin and Megan Moore, on Saturday, and it seems that I received the answers 30 minutes before this meeting and just looked at them while I was, I muted myself, and was just wondering why, if this will be an ongoing thing for all city departments, knowing that the city council has already approved a $20 million loan in order to have them some type of cash balance to move us forward. That's the first question to you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. So first of all, a lot of people did work to get you comprehensive answers, and we hope to get them out sooner in the day than we did. But they are all there, and if you wanted a recess to review them before acting on this, that would be understandable. We certainly understand you got those not a long time before the meeting, so I'd be happy to do that if that would be helpful. The question of why can't we just use the tax anticipation notes? So several answers for that. First of all, the wastewater fund, the water fund, and the stormwater fund are each independent enterprises, and like the airport, they are for all intents and purposes, expected to function as independent financial entities. There is a backstop relationship between them and the city. There is an interrelationship ultimately, but it is always the intent for them to be separated as much as possible, and for there to be, again, for us to really not get in the business of subsidizing the enterprise funds with taxpayer dollars. It's better that way for many reasons. Among those reasons are that, if ratepayers and taxpayers are not the same entities. Ratepayers are the users of these services, the consumers of the water, of these various, water-related services, and include, importantly, the institutions that are nonprofit, tax-exempt entities. And so, as a matter of course, we really seek to have the enterprise funds pay for their own expenses. So that would be one important reason. Another thing is that, of course, the tax anticipation notes that you approved last week were for a very specific purpose. They were not for a general purpose. They were to make it possible for us to essentially deal with the expectation that we will allow, without penalty or interest, people to postpone the payment of their June taxes. And it's expected that those tax anticipation notes are entirely going to be used for that purpose, not for dealing with other financial issues from this financial emergency. I think there may be additional reasons, but those are the two primary ones. I do think what you're, I think important additional to say is we are anticipating coming back to the council in the next meeting. I've committed to provide a financial plan for the city, an initial financial plan for responding to the COVID-19 emergency that will be coming on the 27th. And there will be a whole range of additional measures that we lay out for you there that have to do with, I do think we are going to have to use all of our tools to get through the next, call it 18 months with the shortfalls that we are projecting for the general fund in the remainder of FY20 and in FY21. So, as we indicated in the March 23rd memo to you, but we're likely to need to cut significant expenses. We're likely to need to spend down significant amounts of our roughly almost $14 million in various reserves that the general fund has. We are likely to need to do additional short and maybe even long-term borrowing to weather this storm. That plan that we are going to bring you, all of those measures will really be focused on the separate from these water funds, which again essentially operate as independent entities, and which Megan and Chapin and Rich and Catherine have worked to have teed up and ready for you to act on tonight, as a sort of a separate matter from the kind of broader financial challenge that we have not fully laid out for you yet, but which further detail is coming on the 27th.
Yeah. So I think it will be important to react on what we can. And I think a year from now, maybe a new administration and all of that. But I want to know maybe from Catherine, what will be the interest rate for both of the two items that we'll be voting on next? And is it also different from the tax anticipation note interest rate?
It is different from the tax anticipation note, and I believe that the rates were included in the email to you. And that is if we have the full amount for the full year. Megan?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so, and it's a little bit different than the airport, Councilor Jing, in that we're getting sort of a line of credit. We're still doing our modeling Right now, the amount that we requested was to make sure if we were to have 6 months of what we're currently seeing as reduced water flows, we're seeing those in the 10 to 15% reduction. And so we modeled a worst case scenario of 20% reductions in flows and a current worst case scenario of approximately 30% of our bills that are going out, not collecting those funds, right? So those, eventually we would get those monies, but if we actually, there's some amount of our revenue that we're just not going to collect because the businesses are not using the water. And so if we were to draw up to that 1.7 and $1.6 million, we would be paying 1.4% interest on that, which I believe we sent to you and works out to about a total of $46,000 in total. One of the benefits of this is if we can also choose not to draw on the money. We do have healthy cash reserves, and we're going to be figuring out if those could actually float us enough. So that's sort of another backup contingency and why we didn't ask potentially for more money. So if we don't draw on those funds, then we obviously don't have to pay the money back, and we don't have to pay the interest rate, but we do have to pay the availability charge, which is that other, the 10 basis points that you may see in the table that we listed out.
Yep. And I think, sorry, I've been trying to look into those emails again because I got them very late. So, and I think one of the other question is why haven't we used some of the city's reserve fund, borrow from the city's reserve fund that would allow us to not have any interest rate in this?
Are you talking about borrowing from the city general fund or?
Maybe
again, so Councilor Jang, as a practice, we separate these funds. We do not generally speaking use one fund to subsidize another. We do occasionally use the reserves of the city to make loans to various city entities. When we do that, we charge interest for that. So ultimately it wouldn't, we actually, it would be very similar cost to the entity ultimately, given how inexpensive borrowing is at this point. We also are, not, again, because we are going to have our own management issues in terms of how we're going to use the city's fund to get through the general fund. We don't feel confident, at least not yet, in doing a lot of lending from the main city entity to the sub entities at this point.
Okay. And I think lastly, this is a question. We know 20 million tax anticipation note. We know we have a revenue anticipation note here, a grant anticipation note, and was just wondering if there will be more of this type of requests moving forward from other city departments that we haven't heard yet from. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I think you should anticipate on the 27th, we will lay out for you additional expected borrowing. And I think at that point, we'll have a full picture, at least for this initial stage of dealing with this emergency. It may not be able to contemplate every twist and turn of this again, but it will be, I think it's, you'll know, I think sitting here tonight, knowing more is coming, I get the nature of your question. You'll have a more comprehensive sense by the end of the month. And at that point, I think you'll be able to say, here's everything. But you should expect more to be discussed on the 27th.
Yeah. And lastly, since it is a case, then I want to know maybe in details what those the first request, what for what specific city department we talking about for the first 20 million requests we received at our last city council meeting.
So Councilor Jang, that really is not, that was for the general fund, and that wasn't to cover any departmental shortfall, that was not, that money really doesn't help us with any of the budget issues. All that helps us with That is entirely about helping our constituents with the not make a payment, postpone their payment from June to August. That's the only thing the council, prior to the actions tonight with the airport and water, the only corrective step that has been taken to the COVID-19 emergency is that $20 million plan, which is really should be thought of as entirely separate from any of the other financial challenges we face. All that will do is allow us to fund the expected significant number of taxpayers who will delay their payment from June until August, and allows us to meet our responsibilities as a city, even if a very high percentage of those taxpayers do not make a payment, because we are allowing that with this delay, with this waiver of penalties and fees. Allows us to make our $20 million payment to the school district, nearly $20 million payment, and cover other issues. It doesn't deal with the fact that we're getting no gross receipts taxes in the final quarter of this year, and we had planned for almost $2 million. It doesn't deal with the fact that our sales tax revenues of $1 million are going to be way down. That is what we'll be coming back to and speaking to on the 27th.
No. So in the interest of time, I will leave it to that, and thank you. And I will circle back if I have more questions via email. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. President Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I certainly appreciate the willingness to have a broader overview of city finances at our next council meeting. I just wanted to ask specifically with regards to the water funds. I very much appreciate the commitment to not cut off this essential utility service for non-payment. Have the water folks been able to, or had any at least initial projections of how much they think folks will fall, how many folks will fall behind on paying water bills as a result of COVID-related disruptions in their lives?
We don't have that yet because we're probably about to find out. I meant to talk with Jess, but the bills are sort of coming due right about now. And so we'll have a better idea of that. And that's why we did have to use sort of an estimate of the 30% of our revenue being uncollected. It could be more, it could be less. In the case that it's more, as I said, we do have a decent operating cash that we could dip into and thus not need more of a revenue anticipation note. So that kind of factored into the model that I used and the ultimate number that we requested and worked with Rich on. And I can certainly keep you guys apprised as soon as we start seeing what the trends are. We only can see the trends right now of how much, what the decrease in water is that our plant puts out. So that's the 10 to 15% number that I gave you. We're seeing a 10 to 15% overall usage reduction in the city. So our plant is only having to put out a lesser amount of water because people simply aren't using it, largely because of the businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we're ready to go to a vote on the combined 3.07, 3.08 motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And thank you to the board for supporting these significant actions tonight. And now finally, 3.09, the asset management program award of the asset management consultant contract. Welcome a motion on this. President Tracy. Okay.
Unmute.
Max, we can't hear you, Max, but I think you're saying.
I move to approve and recommend that the City Council authorize the Director of Public Works to execute an engineering services agreement with KCI Technologies, Inc. for the computerized maintenance management system and enterprise asset management application assessment, procurement, and implementation guidance project for a total contract amount of up to $124,750, subject to approval by the Chief Administrative Officer and the City Attorney.
Excellent. Thank you, President Tracy.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Zhang. Any further discussion? All right, excellent. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And
Thank you.
Councilor Paul,
Just wanted to make a suggestion that perhaps we could delay 4.01, the sweep report, as it is not exceptionally timely unless you would see otherwise, and postpone that for, do we have a Board of Finance meeting on the 27th? Is that the next one?
yes.
I don't recall. So if there were no objections, perhaps we could do that and move on to the more timely issue so that we could try to, start the council meeting as timely as possible.
Yes, I think that'd be wise to postpone 4.01, and then 4.02 is not something requiring action. It's a communication, but happy to address quickly questions if there are some here, or happy to do so offline as well in the interest of getting over to our other meeting.
I'm okay to postpone the sweep report, but would like to hear the COVID piece, if possible.
Okay, great. Is Chief Locke with us?
Yes, sir.
Chief, do you want to give a
Sure.
summary of your memo?
Sure. So what we did is we pulled together the expenses that were authorized out of the EOC since the beginning of the authorization to make these expenditures. These do not include expenses out of the RRC or any personnel costs that may have been shifted from an enterprise fund into the general fund for work on COVID response. We will have those numbers to you later. So we kind of broke these into 5 categories: equipment that was needed for the EOC, personal protective equipment, sanitizing / cleaning supplies, the thermometer project, the mask project, and then security at City Hall. And the total expenses are $117,263. I will tell you that in my haste to put this together on Thursday, I noticed that I duplicated a $12,000 expense. So that is actually $12,125 less expensive than what the memo says. So it's in the area of $105,000. And with that, I'll take any questions. Yes, Councilor Paul.
My question actually, Chief Locke, is not to you, but more to the CAO. The resolution that we passed on March 23rd specifically requested that all expenses due to the Resource and Relief Center, the RRC, would be presented to the Board of Finance at each meeting. So I'm just wondering where that might be, and if that would be something that you could get us. We still have 2 weeks before the next Board of Finance meeting. And while I know everyone is stressed, 2 weeks is a bit of a lifetime right now, and would like to know if we could possibly have those figures sooner than that.
So that's a great question, Councilor Paul. I am working with Luke and the new Finance and Administrative Director, Katie Kinstead, of CEDO RRC to collect that. Most of their charges have been through their own credit cards, and so collecting them, they didn't have as streamlined a process as the EOC. So yes, I will do my best to get them to you before the next 2 weeks, but I am not sure that I can, but I will do my best to do that. We do have a system in place moving forward, but some of those initial costs were a little bit more difficult to capture than first anticipated.
Okay, I mean, it's just because we did go and give a lot of latitude on procurement, on, because of it being an emergency, to allow a lot of latitude, that was sort of the trade-off. So I understand if it can't be right now.
Thank you. And I will say the bulk of the costs are what you see from the EOC. There have not been nearly the number of significant direct costs like this yet from the RRC. So I will get them for you as soon as I can and pass them along.
And then thank you. And then my only other question for Chief Locke is some of these expenses like equipment, items that are not, so to speak, staff time or used items. Are any of these items that will somehow or other have another life after COVID that we could, that they could end up becoming longer term even investments?
Certainly from the equipment. So certainly yes is the short answer. And much of this will be eligible for the 75% reimbursement through FEMA. But again, most of the equipment was stuff that in hindsight, we should have had in the EOC. We should have had monitors so that we could maintain situational awareness. We should have had a printer in there. Ultimately the aeroclave, which is a device to clean the ambulances, we should have had one of those. So some part of this is the emergency set the situation up to allow us to purchase it. But I would say yes is the short answer.
And you foresee being able to be refunded potentially up to 75%?
We're certainly under every anticipation that we're going to do our best to get reimbursed for every dollar that is eligible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. One question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Yeah, and the question is in relation with the security expenses, and from my understanding, it's just because the bathroom is open at City Hall. And as you know, bathrooms also need to be cleaned. So don't you think you're putting those who clean the bathrooms like in risk, having that bathroom open, those city employees?
City buildings are closed currently. So go ahead. Sure.
If I could handle that. Yes, we were having a bit of a concern, quite frankly, in the early days. And so we were able to repurpose a security contract from City Hall Park, I believe. I don't know if Cindy's still on the call. And so we have security that is being provided at City Hall because we were going to need to pay for it anyway. And so that is happening during the hours that it is open, which is generally like 8 to 4, I believe, Monday through Friday. We also have the police department doing more frequent sweeps. And so that has been a useful thing as part of our daily department head calls. As issues come up, we're able to let them know and make sure they're doing those sweeps in a timely manner.
Yep, but now I was just wondering if this will be ongoing and why can't we just utilize the great service of the police department instead of adding more expenses during this time? Or maybe also you're talking about not only City Hall, but also City Hall Park. It seems there are some equipment still there.
Yeah, that is my understanding. And I think as this goes on, that is probably something that we will revisit, what our posture is with security. Mr. Mayor, is there anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, we'll have to review that. I'm not familiar with the details of that and what the current status is. So we'll have some more details next time we report out on it and try to control those expenses. I think the bathrooms are getting very minimal use at this point. The building is, this building is largely empty. All right, I think President Tracy.
Just one quick question about the PPE. Where I understand that PPE is in great demand. I'm just wondering who specifically the PPE is for, and if you were actually able to procure it. It seems like there's, given that you have a dollar figure, that you are able to get that, but I just wanted to understand if you're actually able to get it and who you're going to be using that for.
So again, yes, we were very early on, almost immediately, we started placing orders. And this is for all city departments at some level, although I'll tell you the greatest expense is clearly for public safety, police and fire, including Tyvek suits for the firefighters or EMTs on ambulances, that we made the decision very early on to buy a lot of them because we didn't have gowns to protect us. So anything from N95 masks to even gloves for public work. So everything from gloves to face masks to goggles to shields to full encapsulating gowns.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
All right. If there's no objection, we will adjourn. Was that an objection?
I just wanted to add just one more thing because of the length of our agenda this evening, and given what I knew would be a great deal of questions. I didn't add to the agenda with the email that I had sent to you and to the members of the Board of Finance, in terms of next steps after the resolution that we passed on the 6th of April. I don't know if you've had a chance to see that, Mayor, regarding some form. I think we all sort of have a notion that a 2-month waiver is not going to be enough for many taxpayers in our community. And I don't know if that's going to be part of what you're going to talk about at the next meeting, if you'll be coming up with a proposal for that, or and again, I realize it's already 7:15, so I don't want to take a lot of time.
You're asking about an email separate from something on the agenda?
Yes, and that's why it said I wanted to add that to the agenda, but because of the fact that it was.
I'm not aware of that, but so yes, we are working on a plan to look at whether what can be done beyond August, and I would definitely think we'll have an update on that by the April 27th meeting. So
Okay.
At this point, given that we're 15 minutes late for starting the city council, I'm going to adjourn the Board of Finance and turn it over to you, President Tracy.
One moment, let me just flip over to my agenda on the full council. Okay, so we will go ahead and call to order the Burlington City Council meeting. First item on the agenda the first thing we do is the Pledge of Allegiance. So if all councilors please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty, justice, and for all.
Thank you, councilors. Appreciate that. Our next item on the agenda is the agenda. Is there a motion on the agenda? I'm going to go to Councilor Hanson for that.
Yeah, hopefully folks can hear me. If not, please interrupt me.
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, I will move to amend or adopt the agenda as follows. Add to the consent agenda item 3.31, communication DPW re-asset management program, award asset management consultant contract with a motion to approve and authorize the Director of Public Works to execute an engineering services agreement with KCI Technologies, Inc. for the computerized maintenance management system and enterprise asset management application assessment, procurement and implementation guidance project for the total contract amount of $124,750, subject to approval by the Chief Administrative Officer and City Attorney. Note revised version of Agenda Item 4.01, title change and additional co-sponsors. Resolution calling on the Governor and Vermont Congressional Delegation to halt F-35 training flights during COVID-19 crisis. Councilors Freeman, Stromberg, Hanson, Tracy, Carpenter, Hightower, and Pine. Note additional written materials for Agenda Item 4.01 per Councilor Freeman. Note proposed amendments for Agenda Item 4.01 per Councilor Jang. Remove from the consent agenda item 3.25, resolution approving the issuance of grant anticipation notes for the costs of certain airport improvement projects, Board of Finance, and place it on the deliberative agenda as item 4.03 per Councilor Freeman. Remove from the consent agenda item 3.26, resolution approving pledging of the credit of the city in anticipation of the receipt of revenue from the airport department per the Board of Finance, and place it on the deliberative agenda as item 4.04 per Councilor Freeman. Remove from the consent agenda item 3.23, communication, Stephen Locke, Emergency Management Director, re-COVID-19 expenses, and place it on the deliberative agenda as item 4.05 per Councilor Stromberg.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. All those in favor of the agenda, please say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We now have an agenda. We will now move into item number 2, which is the public forum. For the public forum tonight, if you are interested in signing up for the public forum, you can email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. That we'll be able to help you to get on that way. That's that's the way that we are getting folks on if you haven't signed up already. And then you will be called on by the clerks. We're going to kind of have it not done the normal way, which is to have the council president call out names of the individual public forum commenters. I would also suggest, if you are having issues also getting in the queue, to also let give that email. So publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. Just email that as well, so that we can hopefully get you on to the public forum agenda. I'm going to give folks 3 minutes tonight for public forum, and we have an ability to display a timer that so Chief of Staff Riddell is going to be able to display that for us, just so that we are able to make sure that everyone knows how much time they have for that item. If folks could just please direct comments at the chair, and try and keep your items focused on issues and not people, that would be incredibly helpful, as we're really trying to really debate the issues at hand, and so that your feedback on those specific issues is incredibly helpful. So please, if you want to share commentary, please do so, and I'll turn it over to, I believe I'm going to you, Jordan, is that correct, to call out the public forum folks?
Amy here. I'm going to do that part tonight. Our first speaker signed up to speak is Jennifer Decker. Jennifer, I'm going to allow you to speak. And are you with us, Jennifer?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. I am so happy about our city pivoting to the left in the last few weeks, and very glad to see Burlington embrace democratic socialism and progressivism. It was particularly uplifting to hear the word just shared as a descriptor for what our city and region could become at last week's city council meeting. Justice must surely include cancellation of the F-35 basing. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Jennifer.
Thank you. It is a reasonable request to ground the planes during a pandemic as a prerequisite to removing them from a municipal civilian airport in a densely populated area. I need to remind you all of the crash risk of F-35s. They're 4 times more likely to crash than an F-16. They have a toxic stealth coating. It would be terrible if it crashed in a lake or a field, downtown, or on a school. Meanwhile, the last few weeks have showed us that human life does not need to center on a rush for power and resources, but rather on mutual care and willingness to sacrifice for the common good. There are many reasons to change course from the F-16 basing. The higher likelihood of a disastrous crash is only one reason, enough on its own. The residents of Vermont do not need the stress which places us in a situation where we are dealing with signal anxiety and we are not equally protected under the law. Certainly the wonderful communities of Williston, Winooski, and South Burlington are impacted. These towns are filled with people we love, our neighbors, people we desire to protect and support. As Cornel West said, never forget that justice is what love looks like in public. And we are glad to build a just world in which the voice of the people, raised again and again, is heard above the roaring of the sound of death. I wanted to just say I'm glad to see you all looking so healthy. I myself had a negative COVID test the other day, which is a huge relief. I just want to invite you all to attend a screening of a UVM film student who has made 2 short films called Get the F-35 Out, Part 1 and 2. We're going to be holding it on Zoom this coming Saturday at 7, and the whole community is invited. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you,
Okay,
Jennifer.
our next person signed up to speak is Charlie Messing. I will go ahead and enable your speaking ability.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Okay, they hear me. That's great. You know, I thought at first that it was going to be your screen would come on too, like I would get to be on the screen with everybody. But alas, I can understand why not though, because you got some real wise guys in this town. Just to let you know, we're looking at Jordan Riddell's screen. And at one point, the timer was eclipsing everything in the screen. So there's still a couple bugs out. We don't want to be on Jordan's screen because she's looking at the timer. It's great to see you guys flip around like tic-tac-toe. It's great. Okay, now my messages. I think that the city has had a great response to the pandemic. It really didn't make anybody look foolish, and it was really darn competent. I think you're doing great. I haven't got an official mask yet. My building manager made a mask, but it holds on with your ears, so it flips my hearing aids off. Okay, the other thing is I do support the F-35 resolution. I have spoken many times about the F-35. I don't believe in them. Leave it at that. The support systems here in the city are working really great. It's great. They're really helping me to eat and to get things delivered, and it's gosh, it's wonderful. It's just great. I want to thank everybody who helps. And the other thing is the graffiti idiots. The graffiti idiots are thriving now because there are fewer people to see them do it, I guess. And it'd be good if we could somehow catch those guys. I don't think there's all that many of them, but they're really encouraged by all this quiet street stuff. And it's getting kind of bad. Well, you guys are all so good at this, and I'm just all for it. Nice to see the new council. Sorry I couldn't get on last week. That was frustrating. I kept trying to. It wouldn't go on. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Max.
Thank you, Charlie. Really glad you're able to get on this week. And if other folks are having issues getting on with Public Forum, again, please email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. That's a way that we can help you to make sure that you're able to participate in this public forum. Just want to let folks know that we have a couple items on the deliberative agenda, just so you know what's on the actual agenda. If you're speaking to those, we have the F-35 resolution and then a number of items related to the airport, as well as the city's emergency relief fund and the other item. A counselor just asked me to mention just what specifically was on the agenda. So, and usually we ask that folks speak to items on the agenda, but of course, you're welcome to speak to other city issues as well.
Okay, our next speaker will be Drew Schatzer. Drew, I will enable your microphone.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you guys for allowing me to speak. I wrote this out first, and of course, I don't know what went wrong, but it all disappeared right before I started this meeting. So I tried to put it back together, but if I forget something, oh well. I wanted to start by thanking you guys and to just tell you a little about me. I'm an educator who's been temporarily laid off during the crisis. I'm now a full-time parent and homeschool teacher, and we've been adjusting as well as we can. But ultimately, our problem is that VTANG's dangerous, non-essential F-35 training mission has already disrupted over 10 hours of educational time in only 2 weeks of homeschooling. And I'm just one person with one kid, and I just can't even begin to imagine the cumulative loss of educational time across all of our cities here. And I don't even live in the sound zone. I'm a couple miles from the airport. But, when it happens, we have to bring our instruction to a grinding halt. We close all of our windows. We wait it out. We resume 20 or 30 minutes later, and then we get to do it all again when the aircraft return to the airport. It's not like it's just one school day or Chamberlain anymore where the educators and admin can coordinate outside time to accommodate VTANG's non-essential, let me emphasize that, non-essential and dangerous training missions. There are literally thousands of people who are like being sieged right now by just, the only analogy I can come up with is living next to like a band of like dangerous, abusive, violent people. And there's like absolutely nothing we can do about it. So that's why we're reaching out to you. We're reaching out to the governor. We're reaching out to Bernie Sanders. He's not doing anything either, but we need help. We're being, it's like war is being declared on us by our own supposedly protectors. So anyway, let me get back on the point. Sorry. Much of our curriculum requires us to be outside during this time of year. Natural sciences, physical education alone require at least an hour each day. And we've personally been assaulted by the F-35s on 4 separate occasions while outside. That 10 hours earlier was mostly like inside time that I was thinking of. But so just on our outside time, there's 4 separate occasions where we've had to like run for cover. And I don't think we personally were injured because again, we're a couple miles away, but I just can't stop thinking about those people who are right underneath the flight path, especially those children who can't tune in right now and tell you what you're doing to them, or they're, sorry, not you guys, but what VTANG is doing to them. So please stick up for us. You're our only hope, really. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker signed up is Kai Forley. Kai, I will enable you to speak.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Kai.
Okay, I don't have any prepared statement tonight. I'm caring for a family member who's on her deathbed and didn't have time to put anything together. But um, I'm just disgusted, utterly and totally disgusted. If there if there is there a more blatant example of how corrupted our political system is in this country than what's going on with this vital crisis? And if we don't stand up for justice and what's right in our local communities by speaking out as vociferously as we can against our screwed up federal priorities now, then when will we? Um, I'm hopeful that the latest changes to the composition of the city council will result in the agenda moving more to the middle. Everyone else is saying it's progressive. No, 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 no. We just need to get back to the middle. The discussion has been so far to the right for so many years now, and that's been reflected nationally with how we ended up with the current president that we have. 40 years of both parties completely neglecting regular people in favor of their corporate handlers, the folks that fund their campaigns, their private exclusive functions, et cetera, et cetera. The lobbyists. It's all just disgusting. And I urge the council to take the strongest possible action on the basing of the F-35. Again, if we don't do this now, then when are we ever going to do it? It's disgusting that those airplanes are flying to the tune of $45,000 an hour just to operate them, including all the maintenance and the pilot training, you name it, et cetera, et cetera. That's $45,000 that our community doesn't have access to, that this nation doesn't have access to, multiplied by however many of those airplanes are in the sky now, how many of every other warplane, every other Pentagon boondoggle that's in operation. It adds up to just a disgusting pile of nonsense. And we need to put our foot down for once and for all and say enough is enough. People come first. We have people starving in this country now. We had them starving before, but just think of the people that are starving now that don't have access to food. They're never going to get a check from the federal government. If they do, it's a paltry, disgusting amount. You look around the rest of the world and see what other industrialized countries are providing for their citizenry, and it just shows how disgusting our system is. So please, 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 please urge the governor, demand the governor to take action and stop these flights.
Wrap up.
Stop all the military actions that are taking money away from our communities. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker signed up is Joanna Rankin. I will go ahead and enable your speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Go right
Well,
ahead.
thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening, and it's wonderful to see the new council. And I'm wholeheartedly agree with what's already been said, so I'll be very brief. The resolution is about what the F-35s are doing and what they're not doing. They're flying during a pandemic. The flights are shameful for all the reasons that we've been hearing. They're irrelevant to the situation that we have, and they're training for nuclear war, for a nuclear war that we hope won't happen. And they're also oppressing people in their homes, adding to the stress. And stress is one of the things that likely makes the infection worse and more difficult to deal with it when people get it. they're not contributing to a mission that has anything to do with the crisis that's affecting Vermont. We call them the Vermont Air National Guard, but if they're performing a federal mission, as the governor speaks about, it's not anything to do with Vermont. We hope that the governor will change that. The governor has the power to order the Vermont Air Guard to perform a Vermont mission. That's what the resolution is about. And again, the cost is somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000 per hour. And I just want to add that a reasonable estimate for what one ventilator costs is something around $50,000. So every hour of the flight could purchase a ventilator if our priorities were different. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Leslie Patterson. Leslie, I will allow you to speak now.
Fellow human beings, as I've been referring to people on the street as I see them in the Old North End. I am a Texan. I left Texas because I felt like Vermont does now. I felt oppressed. I felt like the sanity of the state was not there. And now with COVID, and I am a mother 24/7 now, my husband's business, which is a local business, is still afloat. His business is our home now. It is very stressful. I have a little girl who all of her life got yanked away from her. And we are trying to be sane. I don't want to say the wonderful things that are true and are rational that my fellow, I guess I could say, dare I say, liberal or left-wing or progressive people, but I really don't think that's how this country needs to hear things anymore. Look, people, it doesn't have anything to do with pro or anti-military. Where is the mental health priority here? Where is the sanity? How many people are in the National Guard in Vermont, in the Air National Guard? I looked at a 7 Days article today, which I don't know if that's accurate, but it said 3,500 people. How many residents live in Winooski, in Burlington, in South Burlington, in Essex? That is 100,000 people? I don't know. But it feels like the same stuff my fellow citizens mentioned earlier, that it feels like it's obvious. We can't, thousands of people don't have the right to stand up and say, hey, this is not the time. I was in the north part of the Intervale a few days ago because I needed a break as a mother. I told my husband, I was like, I have got to go. And I just went down and hung in the Intervale to find my peace so I can regain it for my daughter, which is the most important thing. And kids are not getting talked about right now at all. I was in McKinsey Park. It is the farthest north about in the Intervale. It is so peaceful, so beautiful. 2 or 3 different times, and this is just one day, 2 fighter jets flew over, and I had to stand there with my ears plugged. And I know there's probably people like, you liberal, yeah, you close your ears. Like, what kind of way is that to treat each other? We all deserve peace. We all deserve sanity. I will not rest. I didn't leave all my friends and family in Texas to move to the most beautiful, wonderful, rational state in the country, without a doubt. And I want peace and sanity for us all in this really hard time. Please stand up to the governor. Please find the bipartisanship here. It is about love, not about military prowess. Thank you, everybody, for your time and your ears.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker signed up is Lucy Gluck. Lucy, I will enable your speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks, everyone. It's good to hear that you've got this resolution in front of you. I'm here to say it's critical right now. It's the very, very least we can do to ground these planes in a time of stress. I'm really thinking a lot about all of us needing refuge when we go outside, fresh air and quiet and places to enjoy spring. And I've had at least three times in the last 2 weeks that I've been out walking and had the jets go crashing over my head and just screaming over my head. And it's unacceptable. I mean, the planes themselves are polluting. They're expensive. They're basically causing extra stress, especially for people who are trying to work from home, like I am and many others are, and kids and people who've come from places where that sound is terrifying. I mean, I hate it and I don't want to hear it, but it's not reminding me of having my home bombed like some of our neighbors have had, who are just terrified by the sound of the plane. So, we should all remember that citizens of Burlington voted and said no to the basing of these jets. And the very least we can do right now is to say we're in a highly stressful time. We need people to protect their health and their sanity. And so I ask you to support the resolution. No half measures here. We don't want 50-50. We want to see them grounded for the longest period possible, especially while the pandemic is raging. So that's my main message. I know you're hearing it from lots of us who have been against the F-35s for a long time for many, many reasons. And right now, there's a particularly strong reason why they should come out of the sky. I'd also like to just mention, I don't know, I haven't been up to date on policies right now related to other things going on in the city, but I'm hoping that we can make some progress sometime in the next number of months on moving City Hall Park forward to have that place we like to hang out be I don't know what the construction, what's going to happen there, but I'd like to see that move forward, get some progress on the pit, if we're not going to get some construction going there, to have it be used as a park or a place for, tiny houses for homeless folks. Be a great time to get the mural taken down. I mean, we have a number of projects and things and priorities in the city that I'd also like to have you all talking about. But right now it's about getting those dangerous polluting jets out of the sky. Thank you for considering this.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Again, I'll just remind folks, if you're interested in public forum, please email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. And also, if you are having issues with that, that's also a place that you can email for issues regarding signing up for or being able to access this public forum. We want to make sure that everybody who would like to is able to speak.
Okay, our next speaker signed up is Paul Fleckenstein. I will go ahead and enable you to speak, Paul.
Okay, thanks all. Paul Fleckenstein from Burlington. As a previous speaker said, it's important to start with that the F-35 is a minority operation. The whole basing has been anti-democratic. I support this F-35 and public health resolution. And when you look at what put the US in the position it is now as a world leader crashing into pandemic catastrophe, the pattern of behavior by government leaders of deception, willful ignorance, and outright lies, it's similar to what has landed us with the F-35. The main thing I want to talk about is around the mission of the F-35. Like the F-16s, the planes that came before, the only foreseeable mission of these bombers where they would actually launch a weapon is high altitude bombing in Asia and the Middle East. So unless the Air Guard is about to be deployed to participate in a new round of murderous bombing, terror from the sky like it did in Iraq, which helped send the whole region into flames, then there is no reason to continue these so-called training mission runs. No reason for wasting the hundreds of millions of dollars that's needed to help people survive the pandemic and the economic crisis, and no reason for the rest of the health and environmental damage. So I think there should be an immediate moratorium on the flights. And I also think that we need to move to refuse the use of our publicly owned airport for this type of threat. This threat to public health, to life on the planet, and we need to be demanding the redirection of the vast resources wasted on this boondoggle to life-affirming jobs for human needs and toward resolving the challenges of the ecological crisis. So I hope you act on this quickly, and it's never been more urgent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be James Lees. James, I will sign you up to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Jimmy.
Good. Thank you. So citizens should not be hit with painful, unbearable, ear-shattering, and emotionally distressing F-35 noise on top of the distress, the sickness, and the death from the coronavirus pandemic. We need our Vermont Guard mobilized instead to halt the spread of the coronavirus and taking vigorous action to protect our citizens. Huge resources of manpower and money should not be diverted into F-35 training flights when we have a pandemic. And you know what? The governor responded to former state rep George Cross with a letter showing flexibility about this question. The governor mentioned an ongoing federal F-35 mission. But right now, with more COVID-19 cases in the US than in any other country in the world, the federal government is putting huge resources into fighting the pandemic. And the governor himself ordered activation of the Guard to execute medical and supply responses, including setting up temporary field hospitals, creating testing sites, and moving critical supplies and personal protective equipment throughout the state. The governor is clearly open to hearing more voices calling for halting the F-35 training flights and mobilizing the entire Guard to do more to battle this pandemic. And Burlington is uniquely the city to make the request, the city that voted at town meeting to cancel the basing of F-35 jets at the city's airport. So I hope you will vote to call on the governor to stop the F-35 training flights and focus the Guard on fighting the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Rick Bassett. Rick, you should be able to speak now.
All right, thanks. First of all, I guess the first point is, didn't we all go through a public forum already talking about the F-35? Like, it seems like this is something that's been hashed out over years before the F-35 arrived. Secondly, I do feel I have a little bit of background with F-35. In fact, I worked on the F-35 down at UTC. There certainly seems to be a lot of miscommunication and misinformation going on in this forum. Like I heard a couple different things about like it only being a bomber. Well, in fact, there's 3 variants. And I heard about toxic fuselages crashing in the lake. That's just simply not true. The only way that it's the stealth is created by the shape and the design of the aircraft. It has nothing to do with the composites. In fact, we all have our carbon fiber bicycles that originated from the aerospace industry. So it's carbon fiber. It's the same material that's on your bicycle is what's on the these airplanes. And there's, any kind of crashes. I'm not sure I've seen that. So I think there's a lot of misinformation that we seem to be stirring up here. Secondly, if we go back to 9/11, unfortunately, that was a very traumatic situation for many of us. And I think we should try to remember that Vermont Air Guard, their readiness allowed them to be some of the first on site for that crisis. So that's something that I think that we should probably take a look at. And then then the other thing is I am familiar with them. I mean, personally, I do hear the F-35s. I do spend some time in Winooski. I also live in Burlington here. But basically, we're talking 2 to 4 flights a day. And trust me, those things don't go by slow. So we're only talking that they're here for 3 or 4 minutes. So I'm not sure about this half an hour comments and things like that, because they're in and out of here fairly quickly. And then lastly, obviously, there are a lot of Vermonters that do need these jobs. I mean, one thing that I think Vermont has struggled with is some industry, and I think the Vermont Air National Guard and UTC and such has provided some jobs for some Vermonters. So you may have some different opinions on the value of the F-35.
Thank you, Rick.
The next person signed up to speak is Rachel Siegel. Rachel, you should be able to speak now.
Sorry. Can
It looks,
Rachel, can you try and talk, former Councilor Siegel?
it looks like she's still muted.
How about now?
There you go.
Yay.
Thank you.
Good. Hey, nice to see you all. This is really weird. Living through a pandemic. I am here to talk in favor of the resolution to ask the governor to ground the planes for now during this time of heightened stress. Many of you know I'm also in favor of grounding them forever. But it seems like a really reasonable thing to ask right now. That, I mean, there are lots of different figures going around about how much they cost, but I think that the Project on Government Oversight, POGO, or they say $44,000 an hour to fly one plane. So, and I also understand that if ventilators were being made by what's the word? Nonprofits, not exactly, but there are places that could be making them at less of a markup, and they would then, for that amount of money, for 1 hour of one plane, be able to make 13.5 ventilators. And we know, I heard on Democracy Now! On Friday's program that there are now, as of Friday, there were 1 death every 47 seconds from COVID. So we need those ventilators. We really need those ventilators. We need ventilators. We do not need those flying. And it is unbelievably stressful. Yeah, it isn't a half hour. It is 3 or 4 minutes. But for any of you who haven't been near the runway when they take off or land, I'm in the Old North End. I'm not that near. And it is very stress inducing. It is like, feels like 3 or 4 minutes is a long time to listen to a plane. It feels like it's going on forever. And it's just such a low grumble. I don't know if all of you have heard it. I mean, I really think it's important if you are on council, and yes, we've been talking about the planes for at least the last 9 years. If you haven't ever heard them, go somewhere and listen. It is really quite dramatic. And when people are already living with such a degree of stress as we are right now, it's just completely offensive that that's where our money is going, creating more stress, more pollution, more problems instead of finding solutions. So I am really excited that you all have the opportunity to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Jill Allen. Jill, you should be able to speak now.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, I would like to say that I'm really grateful that these meetings are being conducted over Zoom because, or that you found workarounds to get it, to being in the actual building at City Hall in order to make one's voice known, because I am a disabled citizen of Burlington and I don't drive, and it is physically hard for me to get to places like where there's rallies or where there's city council meetings. And I always feel that because if I'm not physically there, my presence doesn't count. So I would urge the city to think positively about keeping a Zoom option as part of its public comment during meetings so that disabled people like me can attend and feel like their voices are heard, so that those of us that have trouble moving can feel like we can make a difference and that our mobility impairments don't impair us from speaking democratically. That is a weirdly positive thing that I think can come out of this pandemic, and I hope alternative ways of meeting remain in the public eye and ear, so that the huge swath of people that are disabled are not left out of public comment. That being said, while I support the use of Zoom, I also support the resolution to ground the planes for the time being so that all of Vermont Air National Guard can stop to work on stopping the pandemic. Trump says that we are winning and we will win against this invisible enemy, but I think we can only win if everybody is on the ground helping
Please wrap up your
citizens
comments.
and preventing them from becoming sick. And so
Please wrap up your comments.
I hope you support the resolution to ground the planes during the epidemic. Thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Dale Tillotson. Dale, you should be able to speak now.
Dale? Dale, are you able to speak? Dale? Dale, are you there? Okay, so I'm not hearing Mr. Tillotson on there. So if you could please just send an email if you're having issues to publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov, and hopefully we can figure any issues out and get you on into the public forum for this comment. Dale, are you?
Yep, the last person signed up to speak other than Dale is Amy Magyar. I will enable you to speak now.
Thank you. My name is Amy Magyar, and I live at 56 Howard Street. Last week, I really enjoyed hearing from 4 people who could have bickered with each other by phone. When Leahy, Welch, Sanders, and Scott got on a call to all of Vermont, what I heard was a bipartisan, or I should say a nonpartisan conversation. We all showed up as Vermonters, and I couldn't be more proud. I'm not from here originally, but I've been here long enough to know that I'm not considered a tourist anymore, but I'm far from a local. I think I may be the only one, other than Rick, who is actually going to speak up and say that I'm not in favor of the resolution of grounding the planes at this time. I am a mental health practitioner. I did lose about 90% of my income in about 3 days. And unfortunately, due to some backlog that I'm not upset about because I realize that this is unprecedented times, I do not know if I'm actually going to be able to get any unemployment, or am I going to be able to get the SBA loan due to a number of factors. You would think that that has me pissed off, but it doesn't. And it doesn't because what I heard last week was I heard people coming together and saying, we may not always agree, but there's one thing that we can agree on, which is put Vermonters first. And I really feel for people that have been affected by the noise or triggered of the F-35s. But I will give you my perspective, which is though every time I hear those boys fly over, and I hope that someday girls fly over, it actually makes me really feel safe. And I do remember that they are here to protect us if, God forbid, someone decides to do something really stupid at a time when the world is very weak. I'm okay with them staying in the air. If in a couple of weeks we need those boys flying to help build more hospitals, then I say in a couple of weeks we look at reducing the number of flights, but they need to be flight ready. Because if they lose even a week of practice, they are not as strong of and accurate as they should be. And so I just wanted to say and give another perspective that I really appreciate different perspectives. And I wanted to make sure that one more perspective was heard tonight along with Rick's, that I actually think it's okay for them to keep flying and be ready for whatever may happen. Thank you for letting me share, and I appreciate you considering the other points of views. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amy, are we able to get Mr. Tillotson on the line?
Jordan is trying to connect with him. Jordan, have you had any luck?
I see Jordan is trying to connect to audio. Jordan, are you able to speak to us?
Another method to access the meeting, but I don't see that he's been able to call in. So let's see, maybe should we try the computer way one more time and then?
Yeah, let's try that one more time and see if we're able to get Mr. Tillotson on the line.
Okay, sorry about that.
All right, I have enabled Dale to speak.
Dale, go ahead if you're able to make sure that your microphone is unmuted on your machine. Still not hearing anything.
Oh, we might have him calling. Let me try that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Amy.
Dale,
Are
are
you
you
there?
able to hear us?
Great. Yes, we can hear you, Dale.
Okay, let me turn down my computer so I can hear you. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for taking my comments tonight, President Tracy. First, I would like to start tonight by saying, unfortunately, there has been a shooting on North Union Street. I'm not sure if the subject is still out on the run or not, but I know there was be on the lookout for the person. The person seems to be a person that we've seen in the news several times over the last month or more for creating havoc within the city and actually beating on people. Tonight, it appears that he shot somebody. Last time I heard, they were looking for him on Route 15, heading towards Essex. So that just says something about the city, that we're not in a very good situation here. But that's not what I called about tonight. Mr. President, our new city council, led, it appears, by Councilor Freeman, wants to introduce a resolution this evening asking Governor Scott to ask VTANG to stop important training during this COVID-19 crisis. What an insult this must be to the National Guard in this time when their members have given so much to Vermont, the nation, and our community with their ever-present help during this COVID-19 crisis. I encourage all councilors to rip this BS resolution up, burn it, and then take their time concentrating on the enforcement and removal of all the graffiti that is now littering our city, making this city look like a third world slum-ridden city that no one really cares about. The appearance of this city has become a total embarrassment, and the mayor and city council must devote all of their energies after COVID-19 has started to settle. Insulting VTANG and the protection they provide is BS and smears BS on the city council for even addressing this subject. VTANG, put it to the metal and let the afterburners roar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillotson. That will now close our public forum for tonight's meeting. I want to thank everybody for bearing with us as we are still adjusting to this new technological reality on which we have to hold meetings. Really appreciate it. If folks had issues or have ideas as to how we can improve this process or make it more inclusive and accessible, please feel free to be in touch with me at mtracy@burlingtonvt.gov. I'm happy to take suggestions from members of the public. I want to make this as inclusive as possible. We very much appreciate the participation, and again, folks bearing with us through technical difficulties. We're learning as we go, and we're constantly trying to improve this and make sure that our meetings are accessible, because we need to make sure that we retain our democratic traditions and the wonderful tradition of public forum here in the city of Burlington. With that, we will move on to item number 3, which is the consent agenda. May I please have a motion on the consent agenda? Councilor Stromberg. Councilor Stromberg?
Sorry, I had to unmute it. I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Paul. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. That will move us into our deliberative agenda. We'll move into item 4.01, a resolution on the F-35s. Councillor Freeman.
Thank you. I move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Hanson. Councillor Freeman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone who called in and shared their perspective. You know, this came to me, you know, as people have mentioned, you know, I live in the Old North End. I've heard the flights myself. You know, I was aware that a petition was generated on change.org. And then also just saw sort of a proliferation of conversation going on online with a lot of concerns about the F-35, about the noise that they were generating, specifically during this time that we've declared, you know, a global emergency, and that given the need for social distancing, the amount of people that are, you know, following the stay-at-home order, that just more people are working from home, being exposed to it, and having a lot of undue stress because of that. So basically, you know, the initial resolution version that was submitted, that I submitted, was sort of a direct copy from change.org, from the language there. I think with the sort of collaboration with many counselors, which I greatly appreciate, we brought forward a more condensed version, which you can see a lot of counselors have co-sponsored now at this point. And that, I think, is to really narrow the focus. I really like this version. It condenses I think the concern really is around the stress about the noise that it's creating, and yeah, the undue sort of stress from that. And then the ask, I think, is very specific, asking that the training flights be, you know, be halted, be grounded for the time being while we're in this global emergency. I did want to address some of the, sorry, sort of, my notes are a little scattered, but so to some of the folks who called in who are, you know, would like to see the F-35 continue to fly at this time with the training flights. The idea about the different variants, I don't think that grounding, the fact that they're not just meant for combat, I don't think that halting the training flights disrupts that. The fact that this idea that they're very dangerous and will blow up, and that other people are saying that they won't, I don't think that is necessarily relevant to the fact that they should be grounded at this time. Again, someone mentioned it, you know, whether it's 30 minutes or 3 to 4 minutes. I'm sure many of you have, if not everyone has heard, but they are incredibly loud for however long they are. Just even briefly, yeah, for a few minutes outside of my house, it's excruciating. And to the aspect of needing them to be called up at any time, and that this would somehow make us less protected, I think we've seen, and I think people have spoken to the fact that we are heavily invested in military apparatus right now as a country. I don't think that this changes our capacity to defend ourselves. If anything, I think we see often a lot more wars of aggression, and we have plenty of investment in that. I don't see this as being, I don't see this as us no longer being able to protect ourselves. I don't think that that's a genuine concern in terms of, or a legitimate concern in terms of the risk to our sort of public health. I think what we're seeing is that the noise and the stress is actually more of a concern for public health instead. So, I'm thankful for all the collaboration on this. I just want to glance over my notes really quickly. Oh, I wanted to mention, I think nearly 1,000 people have signed the change.org petition, the original one, which was a little bit longer. But that's, quite a few people have signed that. I've personally received, dozens of emails in support of this. I think we've heard a lot of people calling in tonight in support. And I look forward to debating it and hopefully getting it getting it passed. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. Are there councillors who'd like to speak? Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, thanks. Let me know if I'm too quiet.
I can hear you. You're good.
So want to thank Councillor Freeman for taking the lead on this. I'm excited to support this. Our community and our council, I think, has been very clear about where we stand on the F-35s and about the fact that we don't want these planes flying out of Burlington International Airport and flying over our heads. I think we've made that clear a number of times. And I think at this moment is a unique opportunity where maybe we will actually be listened to by those further up who have even more power than we do here at the local level. So I think it is really important that we make our voice heard right now during this crisis, during a time that there is more willingness for folks to listen and folks to make changes and to mobilize together. As one of the commenters mentioned about, different elected officials, our congressional delegation, our governor, working together for the benefit of Vermonters. And I think that's what we're hoping to see here. We're asking that very same group of people to focus the resources that we have, not on improving our ability to make war with other countries, but instead on improving our ability to take care of one another during a crisis. So to me, it's easy to support. I hope it'll pass unanimously. And I thank all who called in support, and I thank Councillor Freeman for leading on this.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Other councillors who'd like to speak? Councillor Stromberg, to be followed by Councillor Hightower.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just want to thank all the people who called in and made their voice heard. I think that that's just such an important part of our job. And I have a bunch of notes from what everyone had said, and I really appreciate it. And especially what Leslie brought up about, children not being talked about as much during this issue. I really agree with that. And I think that we have a long way to go. And I just want to really thank the organizers who actually circulated and developed that petition in the first place. I got many like Facebook messages and emails and things from people just saying like, hey, sign this, circulate it, and just really adamant about it. And we can't do what we do without all the organizers and the groundwork being done. So I really do appreciate that, and I thank you so much. So I'm excited to support this, and I hope everyone else will too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. Councillor Hightower and other councillors, let me know if you want to get in the queue as well.
Yeah, I was also an early supporter of this resolution. I wanted to thank Councillor Freeman for bringing it in. Also wanted to thank everyone who spoke and the activists who first created this petition. I want to speak a little bit to the anxiety piece. My current work from home situation is in my ward, of course, the easternmost ward, which is closest to the flight path. And I, every day, see and hear the F-35s moving through the flight path. And I think it is, I'm glad that some people feel safer for it. That's a positive thing, but I think the vast majority of my constituents do not feel that way. I received many emails regarding the increased stress that this is putting on people at this time. And maybe just as importantly, I also reached out to some people who I knew originally voted to keep the F-35s based in Burlington, and even they noted that during this time, it doesn't necessarily seem or feel appropriate. So I think this is an extremely easy resolution to move forward. I think that personally, I would rather not see the F-35s based in Burlington, but I think as a counselor, I can confidently say that we should move to not have this be a source of anxiety and stress during COVID-19.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. Other councillors who'd like to speak? I see Councillor Carpenter. Go ahead.
Hi. I too am supporting this, and I really want to sort of piggyback on Councillor Hightower's comments. This is not a referendum on the Air National Guard, nor does it answer the questions of the long-term activity at the Air Guard and the planes that the Air Force chooses to put there. This is a point in time conversation. We're under significant stress, and I have significant neighbors who contact me a lot about this concern. And I think the goal of this is to address this here and now. We need to get through this phase and figure out what to do next. And that's sort of the intent. I think the earlier petition language was broader and probably had more consequences to it. And I think this really just tries to focus the conversation on what's happening right now. How can we make people healthy and keep them healthy, and really try to accommodate their fears and concerns.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. It's great to see our 3 newest members jumping right into the first debate on the first item of the deliberative agenda of this new council. Are there other councilors who'd like to speak? Councilor Pine.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me okay through my mask. I am at the opening day of the Chittenden COVID Recovery Center at the Holiday Inn, and we have our first guests, and it's just an abundance of caution is the way to operate in this situation. So if it's hard to hear me, I apologize. But having hired the staff to run this facility, I just want to say they are putting themselves in harm's way. They are putting their lives at risk to help take care of people who have contracted the virus and who have no safe place to isolate and recover. They have put amazing risk toward themselves and their family to help others. I think in this time, as a community, it's an important time to focus on the caregivers, the people who are doing all they can to help remedy this situation, and to be clear that we do lack resources. Today we were debating how many of the N95 masks we can use, how long we can use them, how much Tyvek suits we can use to protect ourselves from the virus reaching our clothing. It got into amazingly painful discussions that were ethical. They were moral discussions about what do we do when we are running out of equipment to fight this virus and to help people recover. That's because our priorities as a country are completely backwards. We're focused on many of the wrong things. And so I think as we look at where resources get allocated, we should just keep in mind that this is where we need to allocate our resources. Focus on the people who are here, focus on taking care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Other councilors who'd like to speak? Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Right, thank you so much, Councilor Tracy. Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. So I think I have more questions than a comment. And if I can ask the question to maybe the people who made this resolution and also those who sponsor it.
Yes, go ahead,
Okay.
Councilor.
So my first question is about, have you been reading the news? And it seems Councilor Freeman did talk about where the language of this resolution came from. She talked about a petition. And it seems, based on the news, the petitioners did send a letter to the governor of Vermont, who, by the way, is a person we need to support right now. It's all that is going on, because he is leading the effort in making sure Vermonters don't die. We want to rally behind him, support him 100%. Now, my question is this. Did you know that the people who made this petition did send him a letter? And was just wondering, people who made this resolution, if they have read the response of the governor to those petitioners? That's my first question, Councilor Tracy.
Councilor Freeman, would you like to answer that question?
I did not follow that they had sent, Councilor Jang, I did not follow if they had sent that yet to the governor directly, and I am not aware of a direct response from the governor's office to this point, up until this point, but if that's been the case, I hadn't heard of it. Is that what you're suggesting?
And to clarify, as another supporter, sorry.
Councilor Jang?
Yeah, so it seems the original writer of this resolution don't know, but maybe the other people, any of them did know the governor's response to the petitioners.
Councillor Freeman?
I wasn't aware that there had been a response. I was talking,
No, I know she doesn't know, but if there is anybody else who's supporting this resolution,
can I just
aware.
respond? Can I just respond fully, please?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
I've been working with James Lees, who had put the petition together. We've been in communication pretty consistently. Potentially that might have been communicated to me, but I might have missed it, but I just wasn't aware of it. But if someone else who's co-sponsored or has been following this, by all means, if President Tracy, if you want to recognize someone else, that's fine. But
okay, I'll go ahead and recognize Councillor Hightower. Go ahead, Councillor Hightower.
Yes, I just want to emphasize that I did see the response of the governor's office put out on April 3rd.
Okay, and maybe Councillor Tracy, maybe you can give us a summary of what that letter has said to those petitioners.
Councillor Hightower, would you like to give that summary?
Yes, so the governor, to summarize, it was basically 3 paragraphs. One, a thank you. The second, a summary of what his March 13th declaration did. And then a final paragraph discussing why he would like to continue to have the Air National Guard fly. And the main reason is to maintain its readiness for their federal F-35 mission and be prepared to respond when they are called upon.
Yeah, so Councillor Tracy?
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Jang.
Yeah, so basically the people who petitioned and sent a letter to the governor received a response telling them it's a no, right? Maybe those petitioners are statewide residents of Burlington, of Vermont, and those petitioners did not start with the city council where we manage the airport. They did not start with us. They went straight to the governor. They received a no, and now we want the city council to pick up this issue again. Like what I was saying earlier, we need to rally behind this governor. He's doing a great, wonderful job. And as you all know, I was one of the few people at this council back then when we were debating the basing of F-35. I am completely opposed to it. Times have changed. And it seems today, Rick Perry, one of the people who was at the, did make it clear, didn't we already talk about the F-35 issues before? I think we did. Didn't we try to stop it? I think we did. Didn't we include the Pentagon, the congressional delegation? I think we did. And what has resulted to it? I think nothing, nothing. And I don't know, because we have this pandemic here right now in Vermont that will allow the governor to say yes. And especially when he already said to the people, Vermonters, that the flight of the F-35 will need to continue to move on. The second thing, the petitioners did not start with those who are managing the airport. They wanted to do it by themselves. I don't want the F-35s here, just to be very clear. I think all that we heard tonight at public forum was true, was factual, and people are hearing clearly about this. My point, what I want to see is we ask nicely. If there is a way we reduce the flight of the F-35, maybe by 50%, 70%, at least 50% will give us a bargaining power. We can send it to them and ask nicely, right? But I don't see myself, knowing the governor already said no, I don't see myself bringing a resolution to him again. Reason why I will not be voting for this resolution as it is, and I might be the only person. Thank you. But I have amendments later.
Okay. I saw Councillor Carpenter. Go ahead.
Yes, the original proposal, which I think folks put out there, was in fact based on the change.org petition. And in my opinion, that particular was very broad. It covered a lot more asks than I would have felt comfortable with. And I have not seen a response, but they have been responded to. What happened, I think, subsequently was good conversation with Councillor Freeman and other councillors around. Let's make this simple. Let's focus on what we need right now. What are our constituents concerned about? They're concerned about the noise right now. This is not, I don't believe, intended to be a broad conversation on the future of the F-35 or the Air Guard base. It's what do we need right now, and an ask of our delegation and the governor to consider that. They have the decision making. It may not be possible, it may not work with their training, but I think it's fair for us to ask on behalf of our constituents for them to consider it. And that's what I consider this. It's really quite a straightforward resolution. And I think Councillor Freeman and others did a very good job of just couching it in today's terms and not adopting a lot of the other language that's been floating around.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carpenter. I saw Councillor Hightower. Go ahead, Councillor Hightower. Other councillors want to speak, please, please signal.
And one other thing that I want to emphasize is also that times have changed. This, of course, was 10 days ago. I think I really would like to emphasize the broadness of the citizens who are not feeling safe at this time and who are being impacted by this. So I think we have a lot more information about how many people feel negatively impacted, specifically during this time because of the F-35s. And then the second thing that is happening is we have a much, much broader time horizon for how long we can expect this kind of stress and anxiety having to do with COVID to be ongoing. So the stay-home order has been prolonged since that point. A lot of things have changed. So I think this is a very, like to Sarah's point, this is very different verbiage. And to my point, this is also different times.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. Other councillors wishing to speak?
Yep, I want to speak again.
Okay, any other councillors who haven't spoken yet? Okay, Councillor Paulino, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Jang.
I just want to say briefly that I want to thank Councillor Freeman for drafting this resolution. I don't necessarily think that, if I'm being fully honest, that we need to be reopening old wounds right now, but I do appreciate that she's bringing people to the table that feel frustrated by what's going on. And I want to echo Councillor Carpenter's comments about how this is not a referendum on F-35s because Councillor Perry amended this in such a way that we can all and should support it and speak to the fact that there are a lot of people that are at home now that weren't. And for us to say that we should all stop what we're doing from our regular lives, but the Guard should continue, I think asking people in power who can make the decision to take a step back, to appreciate that, you know, there's all of us are home now is a great idea. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jang, I'll go to you, followed by Councillor Freeman and then Councillor Stromberg. If folks want to get into the debate, please let me know.
Yeah, thank you, President Tracy. And I think it will be important also to mention that today I talked to a couple city councils, many here. And what I heard the most is, yes, we know the governor said no, but we want to make a statement. I think each one of us individually can make a statement directly to the governor or to your constituents about what you think. But now having this resolution, we know even if it passes here tonight, goes to the governor, it won't bring any solution to the real problem. You know, I think we can make statement individually or other council and send it to the governor. And it will be imperative for each and every one of us, again, to think about after COVID-19. do we think it's a good idea to even have the F-35s again? Who could we really bring into this conversation in making sure that the F-35s are not based in Vermont again and forever? Personally, that's what I'm thinking about. And I think if we had an administration basically that could really fight for it, it would be very welcome to think about the bigger picture. So I don't know, when is it appropriate to bring my amendments? Maybe that will help the governor to at least give us some bargaining power. Thank you.
If you were hoping to bring amendments, I would ask that you do so now.
Yep, and I think I sent it to each one of you, all of you today. And if you bring it here. Yep.
Councilor Jing, are you prepared to offer a motion?
Yep, if somebody has to say, well, I look at it here.
You want me to go to another speaker?
Yes, please.
Okay, I had Councilor Stromberg, or Councilor Freeman, followed by Councilor Stromberg. Councilor Freeman, would you like to speak?
So we're not going to the amendments yet? We're
He said
jumping back.
he needed this. Councilor Jing has said he needs a moment, so
Okay. Okay. Sure. I'm not, maybe it makes sense for me to wait until the amendments have been done, because otherwise it's just I don't know if I'm going to want to respond to the amendments. It's a lot of, I don't need to take up so much airtime, basically.
Fair. Councilor Jing, do you feel prepared yet?
I am prepared, and I think I sent it to all of you. I just need to get it out. Find it.
Councilor Jing, I believe your amendments are on board docs.
They are on board docs, and they're in front of me right now. Yeah. So the first amendment that I would like to make is about the title of the resolution. Instead of calling on the governor and Vermont congressional delegation to halt F-35 practice fight during COVID-19 crisis, I want to change the word halt to reduce. That's my first amendment, if I have a second.
Councilor Jing has made a motion. Is there a second to Councilor Jing's motion? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Councilor Jing, you still have the floor. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yeah, so I think, reducing the flight of F-35, because we understand people are experiencing all the hardship, such as the F-35, the COVID-19. I think, yes, instead of halting it, knowing that the governor already told us it won't be halted, it will keep on going. I think we need to request a reduction of the F-35 practice flight during COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jing. Are there comments related to the amendment? I'm sorry, I need to, with the shared screen, I can't see the.
Point of order.
I know, I can't see.
Yeah, the shared screen, it's difficult for us to see the gallery view. Okay, I'm going back to the gallery view. Okay, Councilor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just wondered if it might make sense, because if Councilor Jang's amendments are all the things that he had sent us previously, I think it's really all the same theme, and it might make sense to vote on it all at once rather than line by line, if he was willing to introduce it that way and if you were willing to accept it that way.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Shannon. Councilor Jing, would you be willing to introduce all of your amendments as they were presented as a single amendment?
Absolutely. I think it would make more sense, but was just wondering, there is also a whereas clause. Some people might agree to that and might not agree to the other details. Reason why I started to. But if people want, I want to bring all the amendments as suggested by Councilor Shannon together.
Councilor Jing, it's up to you. These are your amendments.
Okay, so then I am going to make the amendments all together at once. First is the instead of halt at the title to become reduce, F-35, already changed. And after line 6, whereas the City Council is concerned that the Vermont National Guard is continuing to maintain a flight practice session of the F-35 aircraft. After that line, I have another whereas clause that really specifically outlined the schedule, the current schedule of the Air Force 158 Fighter Wing. That said the following: according to the commander of the Department of Air Force 158 Fighter Wings, standard flying operation includes takes off Tuesday to Friday in both mornings and afternoon. Weekends drill, fighting typically on Saturdays during the first weekend of each month for both morning and afternoon takes off, and quarterly Sunday flight not before noon. So all of that's the flight schedule. And in line numbers 11, 12, and 13, the whereas clause, I added instead of to alt again, I brought here to reduce by 50% the F-35 aircraft practice fight and to increase the Vermont Air National Guard good effort in mitigating the impact of COVID-19. And further down in line 18, given that the level of anxiety Burlingtonians are experiencing during Vermont current state of the emergency, we ask for the reduction by half of the F-35 aircraft fight, etc. So basically, you got the point. It is instead of halting, we asking for a 50% reduction or half reduction due to the COVID-19 that we all are experiencing. And again, this is all, I am against the F-35s in our community.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Councilor Jeng, you've introduced your motion. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear and that you get a second, and then I can give you the floor back. Okay, is everyone clear on what's been moved?
Yes.
Okay, seeing some nods. Okay, Councilor, is there a second? Councilor Shannon has seconded it. Councilor Jeng, you have the floor back.
Yeah, so as like I said earlier, we all need to come together because we are in very unprecedented times here in our community. We are a small state. We have a governor who is trying so hard to mitigate this outbreak in our communities and also throughout the state. I think we need to ask nicely, as these amendments are doing, for him also to think about that, yes, while people are home, the F-35 schedule is going as proposed, and now we're just seeking to a reduction of it by 50% and by half. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, President Tracy. And I hope that each one of us will consider voting for this.
Thank you, Councilor Jeng. Are there comments on the amendment? Seeing no comments on the amendment, we will go to a vote. Would the city clerk please call the roll?
Yeah, Lori Olberg here. Councilor Carpenter?
No.
Councilor Jeng?
Yes.
Councilor Freeman?
No.
Councilor Hanson?
No.
Councilor Hightower?
No.
Councilor Mason?
Yes.
Councilor Paul?
No.
Councilor Paulino?
No.
Councilor Pine?
No.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
Councilor Stromberg?
No.
City Council President Tracy?
No.
3 ayes, 9 nays.
The motion fails. We are back to debate on the original motion. Is there further comment on the original motion? Anyone who hasn't spoken yet want to speak on the original motion? Okay, Councilor Freeman, were you trying to get in?
I mean, I was going to respond to one more thing before we vote, basically. I don't need to jump in the queue if anyone else wants to get in.
Anyone else want to get in the queue? Okay, seeing none, go ahead, Councilor Freeman.
I just wanted to say quickly that to the argument of, even if the language had been the exact same that the petitioners had, to the resolution that we're looking at right now, the language in the resolution to the one that the petitioners had sent forward to the governor that they responded to, I don't think that that is a sound argument in terms of us as a council not making the same request. I think that it's an important request. I think we should ask for what we need. I think it's been clear that the community is incredibly stressed by these flights at this time. It's not meant to be impolite or create problems. I think it's really just honestly addressing a pretty straightforward concern that many people, I would say the majority of people in the community have been feeling. Yeah, that was, I just wanted to make that quick note.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Are there any other councilors who'd like to speak? Councilor Stromberg, go ahead.
So really quick one. I just want to update the number. It was 1,540 people as of 10 minutes ago had signed the petition, and that's pretty astonishing. So I think that we do have that responsibility to hold the language as closely as possible, and we had cut it a lot of different parts of it and made it a little bit more broad, but I think that we did a really good job in terms of what we left on it and what we're actually asking. And it is reasonable, especially during this time. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. Any further comments from councilors? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. Would the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Yay.
Counselor Jang,
Councilor Jang?
Excuse me. No.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
Thank you. That closes that item. We'll now move on to item 4.02, update to the city's emergency leave policy. Councilor Pine, will you please give us a motion on that?
Yeah, I would move to adopt the resolution and request the floor back after a second.
Seconded by Councilor Paul. You have the floor, Councilor Pine.
Okay, thank you. We are, as a city, needed to make changes to our emergency leave policy to incorporate the new requirements of the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, also known as the FFCRA, in case you're wondering. And that has extended family leave, medical leave provisions in a way that the city needed to become compliant with. So just in a nutshell, what we are essentially doing is phasing out our existing separate leave policy for quarantine and adding 10 paid days to the emergency leave policy. And this will ensure that we meet the 10-day paid requirement. It gives employees a couple more weeks of paid time. And in addition, there's 2 additional weeks of unpaid time as a result of this policy. So I hope the full council will join me in supporting this. And it does have the full support of our 4 employee unions.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. HR Director Paluba, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I just want to say 2 things. One, I wanted to thank the council as well as the mayor for swiftly passing this on March 23rd, and then strongly encourage you to consider passing this change to reflect the changes in the Extended Family Medical Leave Act. I really do believe that this not only helped give continuity of finances for our employees, it also helped to keep us safe and our employees safe and healthy. So
this particular plan is not only adjusting to the federal requirements that we were already enacting before the federal government enacted them. So kudos to all of us for doing that. But it's also giving some additional paid time for our most vulnerable employees, our seasonals and our temps, or people that maybe have already used all of their sick time because they had a previous health condition through this crisis. So I just want to share my support and ask you to seriously consider passing this.
Thank you very much, HR Director Paluba, for joining us this evening, for your explanation and all your work in supporting our city employees. Councillor Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to also mention, I believe maybe Councillor Pine did mention this, but one of the questions that we asked of the HR director was whether or not the unions were totally on board with this and they had been involved in this process, and the answer was overwhelmingly yes. And then just to also reiterate what our HR director had mentioned, that I think it is important to note that this change not only applies to regular full-time, but also regular part-time, limited service, seasonal, temporary employees, anyone who was previously scheduled to work but can't work or telecommute due to the reasons in this temporary policy. So it pretty much covers, I don't think there is anyone that it doesn't cover, which is really what we need at this time. So I think it's an extremely inclusive policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Are there additional councillors who'd like to speak? Councillor Paulino, followed by Councillor Jang.
I just have a question, and
you're on mute, Councillor Paulino.
I just have a question, and I guess I'll start off by thanking you. In no way is like questioning the work you're doing. I think that I'm sure being a human resource, in human resources right now is a very challenging time. But one of the things that I was surprised, maybe you can explain to me, is why does it say only 17 employees have used the previous policy? It just seems like a very low number. Maybe I'm just probably misunderstanding it, but
17 employees have used the emergency leave, and then we've had 14 that have ended up using some of the quarantine elements of that. And the reason why is there's specific reasons that is put in place to use. So you need to either be sick with the virus, be quarantined, be taking care of somebody else with the virus, or have school closures or daycare closures. I think that at this point, if people have come up and asked for it, we haven't really been denying it, but we have been checking those things out. They've needed to meet that requirement. And then in addition, I think a lot of the remote work that we've been able to do and swiftly transition to has allowed people to be able to take care of some of their family needs as well. We have been really fortunate. We have only one employee who was affected by the virus, and so that's great that we are at that place right now, but we need to be prepared in case that changes. And I think this policy will allow us to be prepared, as well as to keep people out of work when they are sick or when they have been exposed, to again continuing to keep our employees safe.
Yeah, my question comes from fully supporting what you're asking for. It's just that, I feel like as we talk about how we live our lives, how we take leave should change too. And mostly because of school closures, I think is the biggest game changer for parents. So I just want to make sure that people feel, and I struggle with this myself, but just feel open to asking for the time and not suffering any adverse effects, whether it's, change in responsibilities or something like that, even if it's for a project they're very excited about, but it is what it is. But so thank you.
Thank you. Just one last comment. We have really dedicated employees, so I hear your concern and take note of it.
Thank you. Councillor Jang, go ahead.
Yes, so my question is more, and again, 100% supportive, and I just wanted to know if, for example, the city council did not vote for it and this fails. So that means that those city employees won't get that extended family leave time?
So what that would mean is we would go back to the policy that's existing today. And we do have a number of employees that could run out of time and have to go unpaid for a period of 10 days before they would move to the 2/3 pay. So I think that's concerning to have 2 weeks of pay, a full cycle of pay, missing in a time like this. So that's what would happen. We would have a number of employees who may be sick or caring for another that's sick or have childcare issues that would go without a paycheck for, 2 paychecks actually.
Okay, thank you.
Weeks of pay.
Yeah.
All set, Councilor Jang?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, other councilors who'd like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously. That brings us to item 4.03, approving issuance of grant anticipation notes for the cost of certain improvement projects. May I please have a motion on this item, Councilor Paul?
Sure, President Tracy. I'd like to waive the reading, make a motion, waive the reading, ask for a second, and the floor back very briefly after a second.
Thank you. We have a motion. There's a second from Councilor Hightower. You have the floor, Councilor Paul.
Great, thank you. So this was originally on the consent agenda, brought forward to be on the deliberative. We had quite a conversation, a robust conversation, lots of questions on this at the Board of Finance meeting, and Councilor Freeman took this off consent and was at the Board of Finance to ask a number of questions. Just briefly, and I believe there are people from the airport who are, don't see their names. Yes, I see Nick now. This is an up to not to exceed $23 million grant anticipation note, grants that are federal grants secured by the Federal Aviation Administration. And if you'll note in the attached memo, there's a list of all of the different programs, different projects that are sort of all together to make up this grant anticipation note. So it's not just one grant, it's not one program, it's quite a few, ranging from the noise mitigation issues to repair and maintenance of different aspects of the runway and apron, as well as there's a TSA project and a number of others. And the amount that is the initial amount, or the amount for the grant anticipation note that matures in November, that's $7 million. The additional amount is $16 million to make up the $23 million. And again, it's a not to exceed amount, which basically is giving the city or giving the airport effectively working capital to be able to continue the projects as the money comes in from grants, and to be able to allow us to continuously work on these projects. I'm sure that Nick can say it better than I can, so if there are others that have questions, I would direct them to Nick Longo at the airport. Thank you.
Mr. Longo, would you like to add anything?
No, thank you for having me. Nice to virtually meet many of you for the first time. And I think that was a beautiful summary by Councilor Paul. And that's exactly what it is a way for the airport to better its position, its cash position, while the Federal Aviation submits or reimburses our grants and our construction projects as they proceed. One thing to add is that we do, as that $7 million note implies, and the one that occurs in November 2020, we do this every year. This is just a little bit larger in anticipation of one, much larger projects happening at the airport, and two, just in case there's any delay in cash coming from the Federal Aviation Administration. But otherwise, I think it was a very great summary by Councilor Paul. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us this evening and for all your work for the city. If folks, I'm hearing a little bit of feedback on the line, so if folks are not speaking, if you could please just mute your computers. And I saw Councilor Paulino, but if other councilors are interested in speaking, please let me know. Councilor Paulino, go ahead.
I just want to say that, I'm a little bit disappointed and curious to know why this item was pulled off consent. Um, we talked a lot about the guard, and we have two items now. They're both kind of related in the sense that they're notes. The airport services 1.3 million people a year. Last year their budget was 22 million. They're pretty much on target, have been for the past couple of years. And them asking for a grant anticipation note is normal protocol. It's bigger because of a specific project. And it's really a risk reduction method as it's stated in the memo. So I don't see what the issue is. It's a way for them to keep a project funded without it coming out from their own bank account. The other item, the 11 million, is probably something that isn't normal, but I just want to say, I think that we talked a lot about the guard and how they could respond to COVID. Nobody who worked a lot of people who didn't work at the airport, they didn't expect to respond to COVID in the way they had to, specifically in the first month, where it was completely unknown and we were unprepared, and they still had to show up to work. People were flying in and out. And we're in an unusual time where our governor has literally told people, don't come to our state. And if you come to our state, you're going to be quarantined for 14 days. Right? And we've shut down hotels, and we're pulling the airport's reasonable request to keep it going out consent. And I just find that troubling.
Thank you, Councilor Paulino. Councilor Hightower.
I want to counter that by thanking Councilor Freeman for pulling this off of the consent agenda. I personally am very glad to have the Burlington Airport and use it both professionally and personally. But I wasn't completely clear on what this was. Maybe that's me as a new counselor. But I definitely had some questions with the summary and the different projects that went under it, and the projects not necessarily being representative of the summary. I did, and I was glad to be able to join the Board of Finance meeting where I think Karen and, Councilor Paul and Councilor Freeman asked some clarifying questions, which I found satisfactory.
Okay, any other counselors who'd like to comment? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know if Nick
Can you
or who.
right into your microphone?
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know if Nick is the right person to answer this or who is, so I'll direct it through you, President Tracy. I'm wondering what the financial impact to the city is on in taking on this debt. If I don't see, maybe I'm not looking in the right place in the memo, but the interest associated with it.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Ms. Friedman, are you able to answer that question?
Hi, and yes, the impact on the debt, we pay the interest as we borrow. So as we draw it down, then we accrue interest on only what we borrow on this particular kind of borrowing. And we'll keep track of it. And down the road, we'll be able to put it in and request that we're able to use some passenger facility charge or PFC revenues to help offset the cost of this. So it makes it a very viable financing option for the airport for this type of purpose.
Can I ask a follow-up, President Tracy?
Sure, Councilor Hanson.
Thanks for that. And so to be clear, then it's the airport itself is paying the interest, not any other part of the city.
Yes, 100%. The airport pays all the interest on this.
Councilor President, I apologize. Would you mind if I introduced myself and Marie? I know there's a lot of new people.
Absolutely. Please feel free.
And I apologize again. I'll keep it very quick. My name is Nick Longo. I'm the Deputy Director of the airport, and Marie Friedman is our Chief Financial Officer for the airport. Sorry about that.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Councilor Hanson, are you all set, or do you have other questions?
Great. Yeah, I can wrap up. Just thank you for the intros. It's good to meet both of you. Thank you for being here to answer our questions. Hopefully we'll meet in person at some point. For this resolution, I don't see a problem, although I'm glad we got to understand it a little bit better. I was confused by it. And I have thoughts on the other resolution. I'll save them for when that item comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Councilor Freeman?
Thank you, President Tracy. Yeah, so I did ask for these to be pulled from the consent agenda. Since my time on council, I've focused on airport-related issues. I believe it's very likely that any of these projects regarding expansion I voted against, which is why I felt conflicted about sort of continuing to approve the projects. I understand. I went to Board of Finance, and the mayor sort of addressed that, and there is a point to it. I think that it is like sort of a financial procedural point that we're at now in the process. I just feel a little personally conflicted about having not supported the projects and then continuing to authorize them. I guess that just feels not cohesive in a sense. But yeah, basically when I was thinking about this and talking to a few folks about it, the airport is shut down right now because we recognize that it's a public health hazard to have it open. I think that what I hope we are going to start to really embrace is that the climate crisis is a public health hazard. It's a huge hazard. Unfortunately, aviation is incredibly exhaustive on our resources. It's non-essential in a lot of ways. Or at least it's been created as an essential way to the way that our economy in some ways currently functions. But those ways that our economy functions now, based on the climate crisis, are proving to have and will prove to have long-term detrimental impacts. I think that when you think about, someone called in about the F-35 and said, enough is enough. I think that's how regarding the climate crisis and these decisions about the way that we're devoting resources, I feel like I'm tired of putting like sort of this ecosystem and the symbiotic relationship we have with our ecosystem last, or not first. It makes absolutely no sense. The economy can only exist as after the ecosystem and the ecology and our relationship with it. It doesn't come first, it comes after. So I understand it might be a bit odd for me to vote against this because the projects have been, the council at large has already endorsed the projects or supported them. There are noise mitigation projects that I do support. The expansion projects I don't. I understand maybe it's a bit like tacky or clumsy to not support it at this point, but I felt like I needed to speak towards that. And I think the next agenda item might probably have similar sort of feelings about that, although it's at a different stage, and I hope Councillor Hanson speaks to that. But that's sort of my thoughts on this, and I appreciate it being taken off of the consent agenda. I appreciate everyone who, from the airport who's spoken about it, being able to address it in Board of Finance, just all the extra information around it. I think that was really clarifying and helped me better understand it and everyone better understand it. Thank you.
Councillor, well, I'm seeing Mr. Longo. Did you have something to add?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify and touch a little bit on what Councillor Freeman said. I do want to clarify that the airport is 100% open right now. We still do have flights coming in and out, of course, with the Air National Guard, and then with the commercial aviation, we are open. And then second, you made a great point that I wanted to clarify with in context with the projects themselves. This isn't a memo to approve the projects, as those you did insinuate that, you did speak on that. I apologize. These aren't to approve the projects within this grant anticipation note. Rather, it is to approve the actual note itself. Those projects have been years in the making, and we were in fact under construction on most of those just a few weeks ago. But I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware that those are ongoing projects.
Thank you, Mr. Longo. Other councillors who wishing to speak? All right, Councillor Carpenter, go ahead, and then followed by Councillor Hanson.
Thanks. I appreciate what Mr. Longo said, and this is a little bit on the side, but I would ask that maybe in the future we figure out a way, as we approve projects going forward, to, in the summary, talk about the future financing. If there's a policy disagreement, we should have it. And I don't think we should be holding up what we voted for a couple of years ago that's now underway and with the appropriate financing mechanism. And it's, to me, that's a sort of a backdoor way. Let's deal with the policy. We voted up or down. And if we voted up, it's going to come with some kind of financing requests. And we just know that kind of ahead of time. And we rely on the financial expertise to introduce the best thing. When I worked at VHFA, that was typically how we would do a development project. It would come with a broad financing bond mechanism, and we knew we were supporting that project, and we wouldn't pull it, 6 or 8 months later because we needed a different or renewed letter of credit or anticipation note. So it's more of a future request that so we don't hang up something we've all voted for in the future. And I do support these.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. I know that Councilor Hanson, you want to get in the queue. Is anyone else who has not spoken yet? Would they like to speak in the first round? Okay, Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, and I appreciate the.
Speak in your mic, please.
Yep, thanks. I appreciate the conversation on this. I did just want to clarify. I mean, given what we've just heard, the last few councilors, and personally, I do oppose expansion of the airport, and I think I've been consistent about that because I do think we face a pretty extreme global emergency with the climate crisis, and I think expanding something that is disproportionately contributing to that is problematic. So just want to be clear about where I stand on that. But with this particular resolution, I definitely appreciate what Councilor Carpenter has just raised. And then I also did want to clarify, as I look through the projects, to me, I'm not certain that any of them necessarily are expansion per se. But if either of the folks from the airport could characterize that, that would be helpful.
Mr. Lunger, are you able to speak to this?
I am, yes, thank you. You're correct. On the majority of the projects that are within the summary, they are not expansion projects per se. There are multiple planning projects, as you can see in the document, one being the noise compatibility program, the other being the airport's master plan update, which we've been undergoing for about a year. The other ones labeled as air carrier apron in multiple phases, as well as taxiway G or taxiway Gulf phase 2. Those are rehabilitation projects. So those are existing infrastructure, existing concrete and or asphalt that is being rehabilitated. Runway 119, what we label as PAPI or PAPI, that is also a navigational aid that is being rehabilitated. Actually, it's being relocated due to that taxiway Gulf project. There are a few in there that are future projects, one being apron phase 7, the other access security system. Those again are rehabilitation projects, as you can see from the description. The one project that is different than all the rest is what we call AIP 2020 TIP. That stands for Terminal Integration Project. This is a much needed integration of the Transportation Security Administration checkpoints. This project has, we're very fortunate to have been appropriated $10 million from the Federal Aviation Administration, and we are now working on the design and future construction of it to be funded later this year, which will come to you as an authorization to sign a grant. And then to build this project most likely in the late fall this year or towards the spring of 2021. But you're absolutely correct, Councilor Hanson. The majority of these projects are completely rehabilitation.
Thank you for that answer. Councilor Hanson, are you all set?
Yeah, thanks again for just getting more into detail on what's going on over at the airport and what's upcoming. And I think I've made my position clear. I do proposed expansion, and we can talk more in the next item on that. But yeah, I'll be voting yes on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Any other councillors like to speak? Councillor Stromberg, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just want to say that I share the sentiment of Councillor Freeman with the fact that our ecology and our natural world is depleting before our eyes, and it's the main reason I got involved in politics in the first place. But I have to say that given the details that were just provided, it seems as though those are very safety based, and I absolutely prioritize that. And I feel like the two different resolutions come from different angles, so I will be voting in support of this as well. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. Any other councillors? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Aye.
Counselor Jang,
Councillor Jen, can you please just
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
No.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
Thank you. The motion passes. And that brings us to our next item, which is item 4.04, a resolution approving pledging the credit of the city in anticipation of receipt of revenue from the airport department. Councillor Paul, will you please give us a motion on that?
Sure. Happy to, President Tracy. I was going to say President Wright, and then I remembered not to say that. I'm doing my best. I'd like to move the resolution, waive the reading, ask for a second, and the floor back briefly after a second.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Councillor Jang seconds it. Councillor Paul, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, President Tracy. So again, this was also something that we had a lengthy discussion and a very informative one at the Board of Finance. And it was great that there were a number of counselors who are not on the Board of Finance who were there at the meeting. This is an $11.1 million revenue anticipation note. This is not about expansion. This isn't about programs. This is about essentially a safety net during a very difficult time for the airport. Basically a cash flow management tool. And with interest rates as low as they are, this is that's at least one fortunate thing about what we're going through, is that rates are extremely low, and this is an ideal time to be doing short-term financing. The 11.1 million, just to break that down, in the 11.1 million is 2.5 million that relates to something that we passed on March 23rd concerning the Kirby cottages. Those are cottages that are near the airport that we were able to save as opposed to demolishing them. But part of the deal that we have with the FAA in order to do that is that we must sell them, and we have a time limit as to when we have to sell them. Fortunately, the airport staff has been wonderful about getting that going well in advance, and it appears as though that will hopefully come to fruition in terms of being able to sell that, which will obviously be a refund to the to the revenue bond. The rest of it, or part of it, will come as a result of one aspect of the CARES Act, which was to help airports. And according to Nick, he said at the Board of Finance that it could be anywhere between 3 and 8 million. It sounds like it's probably closer to 8 than 3. hopefully more like 5 to 8 million. But to be conservative, it's somewhere in that range. This is really just simply in anticipation of revenues that will be coming. The other thing also that I think is extremely worth noting is just simply the financial strength of the airport, where it was 5 years ago, which is where it is today. An amazing staff of the airport that has done just pretty miraculous work to build up the cash reserves of the airport. 6 years ago, they had a couple of hours of cash on hand. Today, that amount is in the hundreds of days and is somewhere between 5 and 6 million. So when people are wondering about whether or not this is a note that could come back to the city, come back to the taxpayers, it is well funded, well resourced, and hope that we can all support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Would either of the airport staff members, either Ms. Freeman or Mr. Longo, like to add anything to what was just presented?
No, thank you again, Councillor Paul. A very great summary, and many of the limited risk factors associated with it was exactly what Councillor Paul just mentioned, including the sale of the Kirby Cottage, the CARES Act supplemental funding that we're working very closely with the Federal Aviation Administration on accessing that very quickly. And then our incredibly strong cash position we are in today. The reason for the revenue anticipation note is exactly that, is in anticipation of future revenues. We are not allowed, per guidelines and regulations of the Federal Aviation Administration, to forgive or waive any fees, whether that be airlines or concession airs or lease payments. We're very, very restricted on how we can produce policies around those waiver requests. What this does allow us to do, as Councillor Paul mentioned, is to put us in a much better cash position between now and when we are able to collect those fees. One of the very great backbones that we also have at the airport is with our airline lease agreement and our great partners with the airlines. They are and will be able to back us at future dates. One of the most critical pieces to our partnership with the airlines is to allow deferment of payments to keep our relationship with them, so at the conclusion of this pandemic, or at the conclusion of this time period of air travel, we are able to recover very quickly with the revenue anticipated from the actual airlines. And yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Paul, for that introduction.
Thank you very much. Are there any councillors who have comments on this? Councillor Hanson, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Paul.
Great. So thanks again for all the information. Glad we're discussing this. For this resolution, I'll be voting no. I think for me, it's about priorities. And when it comes to responding to this crisis, when it comes to taking on risk, taking on debt, and I understand there's reasons to believe that the risk is minimal. I don't doubt that, but there is some risk. And when you look at the line that any amounts not repaid from the revenues of the airport division are required to be repaid from the property taxes or other taxes next falling due after making of the temporary loan. So there is at least some risk there. And when it comes to the emergency responding, I think there's more pressing matters. I think some of what Councillor Pine was discussing earlier, the lack of just basic equipment and medical safety and responding to people who are dealing with the virus. But more broadly than that, I want to kind of return to a little bit of what Councillor Freeman said of the climate emergency, which is going to be here with us, is still here with us during the COVID crisis, is going to be here with us long after that. And in terms of prioritization there and responding to that health crisis and health emergency. I don't think we should be, after the COVID crisis, going back to the status quo of before, or planning for a return to that status quo. I think there are aspects of our lives, and I think air travel is definitely one of them, where we need to make adjustments beyond the COVID crisis. And we've seen big changes in this industry in particular, a huge drop in the amount of air travel as people are attempting to slow the spread of coronavirus. But as Councillor Freeman has said, there's other reasons as well that we desperately do need to actually slow air travel due to the climate crisis. So I think that's the future that we need to be planning for. And I'm not going to pretend that I have a perfect roadmap, but I think we need to start to have that conversation. And as a city that does own an airport, we're in a position where we should be having that conversation, and we should be thinking about how what we want to do with this asset going forward, knowing that it, at least as it is now, is very an unsustainable industry in terms of the climate crisis. So for those reasons, I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Paul, I know you want to get in the queue, but we've got some other folks who haven't gotten in yet, so I'll come back to you. But Councillor Carpenter, I see you wanting to jump in. Go ahead.
Thanks. Again, this is what I was trying to say previously. If we want to do planning around the airport, no matter what sort of side we're on, and strategically looking at how we want the airport to grow or not to grow, we need to do that. To kind of on the fly vote down a cash flow mechanism tonight when the airport is really doing its best job in a difficult financial management situation, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's really jabbing at a good financial recommendation to keep the airport healthy in a crisis time. And I don't think that's the way we want to plan out what we want to see the future of the airport. It's just apples and oranges to me. And so I just strongly encourage us to take the recommendation for the need for this anticipation note to help us stabilize and keep the airport where it is. And if we want to have, and we probably should have, some strategic planning on what you want to see at the airport, then we do that.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Did you have a response to that, Nick? Mr. Longer, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Nick is fine. Thank you, Councillor Carpenter and Councillor Hanson. I do just want to say that there is always risk with the airport, meaning this revenue anticipation note has very little risk to the taxpayers of the city of Burlington. By not going down this stabilization of cash flow, as Councillor Carpenter mentioned it, there is even more risk for the city of Burlington. We are in a very, very difficult position. This revenue anticipation note is approximately 6 months of time, whether we're talking about airline deferment of payment, as they also are in a serious cash flow issue, as the world is, to parking garage revenues, to the Kirby Cottage sales and obligations to repayment to the FAA. So this is, I very much concur with what Councillor Carpenter just said. This very much does stabilize the airport until we can manage the cash flow after the COVID-19 emergency. As far as master planning and strategic planning is concerned, the airport is enduring a master plan update right now as we speak. In fact, one of those grant anticipation note projects was a master plan. We've made tremendous strides in the completion of that master plan, which incorporates the future of the airport, what that means strategically, what that means physically with the physical layout, and of course, what that means financially into the future. So I do want to reiterate what was said, in that there is extreme amount of risk without a revenue anticipation note to support the cash flow of the airport.
Thank you for that. Councillor Freeman to be followed by Councillor Hightower. Councillor Paul, I still got you in the queue.
Sorry, I was writing notes. I didn't realize I was up in the queue. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to address the. I hear the aspect about the sense that it's more of a backdoor method, or so to speak. It's when you're talking about the financing method or the just figuring out how to create cash flow. I do hear that. I think, and I hope that this kind of makes sense. And I don't think that, because I don't think the votes are here against this, and I don't think voting no or yes is really, at least for a few of us, it's voting no is really, it doesn't change the outlook. The cash flow is going to end up being there. You know, I could just as well vote yes, and I'm glad that the conversation is at least elevated and given more space to the debate around this, because I think it is really important. And I think, you know, the reason, so we're in this, so planning long-term makes sense to me. I think we should be doing that. I appreciate the Councillor Hanson mentioned that we don't necessarily have a roadmap, but I think that we need to start looking at that. I really would like to plan longer term for the airport and for industries like this that are incredibly harmful. They pollute immensely. They're a big aspect that is causing this crisis that we're in. I absolutely see that. I see that, yes, flying by the seat of our pants in this, you know, or, you know, whatever the term or phrase is right now with this, to say to vote against this doesn't quite, like I said, it's clunky. It's tacky in a sense, but what's frustrating is I feel like we changed everything with COVID by the seat of our pants because we recognized that it was an emergency. And we recognize that there was a sense of urgency about it because it feels immediate. It is immediate. So, you know, I think a couple of us might vote against this. I think the majority will vote yes. I think we will have the cash flow going forward. But when are we going to actually deal with this crisis, the climate crisis, as an emergency, with a sense of urgency, with realizing that those plans that we're talking about they're not in 2030, they're not in 2040, they're not in 2050, they're yesterday, they're in 1970, they're way before that. We are so far from really at this point of really understanding, I think, the urgency and the emergency that we're in this. And I think I agree that we need longer term plans, but we need to have that feeling of urgency now, like we are feeling with COVID. I'm glad that we're elevating the conversation to this and that we're having this conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. Councillor Hightower, you're on mute.
Oh yeah, my first point is that, well, I want to start by saying I will be voting yes on this resolution. But I also wanted to note that part of the reason I think that we're seeing this, I was certainly confused by these resolutions, and specifically, and this is not a germane point, but the last one, which, as you said, was mostly, the summary was certainly about things that needed to be done, but then there was a big project that wasn't about needing to be done or about noise mitigation or about fixing things, which was confusing to me. And the reason that I wanted it to be pulled, because I felt like there were a lot of questions. So I think there's something that could be done around clarity of how things are presented. The second point is I empathize with a lot of the counselors who are talking about things that need to be done, and I agree that it needs to be more immediate. And I'm certainly looking forward to resolutions coming up sooner rather than later about what we can do to make the airport more sustainable in a proactive way, maybe not in parallel, but not necessarily in conjunction with the planning process that you're talking about. And then the final thing that I want to say is I agree that this would be a clunky way to implement that, and therefore I'm happy to be voting yes for these resolutions.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. Other councillors on first round? Councillor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I don't disagree with the points that we need to be looking at air travel generally in terms of the climate crisis, but the way to address that is not by jeopardizing the airport and the city's financial health. and to put us really at great risk. As Councillor Carpenter said, the way to address that is through future planning and to strategically meet the needs of both air travel and climate change. And maybe it is prudent to try to start looking at a possible reduction, but that has to be a planned process, not a simple no vote on financial stability. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Anyone else on first round? Councillor Paulino, then Councillor Stromberg. Councillor Paulino, you have the floor.
I would encourage counselors that are on the fence or looking to, use this vote for something that is frankly not on the table right now to vote yes. And I think that my comment earlier was to, speaking about employee morality, this is like an asset that we own. It's not just our asset, it's an asset to the entire state. And parts of New York, parts of New Hampshire that use this airport, we have a responsibility to maintain it. And if at some point in the future we don't want it, or we still need to keep it in good health. And I think Deputy Director Alongo spoke to the fact that it puts us at a greater risk. I think 11 million is a very conservative amount for what is projected to be a change in travel patterns for, close to 2 years before we're out of the woodwork. So I hope that if you're on the fence, that Deputy Director Alongo's comments really spoke to the heart of the matter, which is, people who work at the airport want to see they have unanimous support from the council. I think that's an important message too. Thank you.
Councillor Stromberg.
Yeah, thank you, President Tracy. So tonight I will be voting no on this, knowing that I am not jeopardizing the health of the airport, but I just want to make it very clear that I don't want to continue the trend and the pattern of continuing the trend of supporting financially these growing industries that are quite frankly destroying our natural world. And and I'm not, this is not to I don't know, this is not to be an insult towards any workers anywhere. It's more so a statement I just want to make here as we are in the climate emergency. And I really agree with Councillor Freeman and Councillor Hansen on this issue because it is a now issue, and this is out of no disrespect by any means. And I want to be in on projects with the airport and help perform sustainable actions going forward. But I will be voting no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors wanting to speak on first round? Seeing none, Councillor Paul.
Thank you. So there were a couple of points that I just wanted to make. The first was that at the Board of Finance, although Councillor Pine was absent, the vote was unanimous at the Board of Finance. The second thing is that I would encourage any of you, whether you are supporters of air travel or you're not, I would strongly encourage you to take Nick, take the Director of Aviation, Gene Richards, up on what I'm sure will be an open offer to basically spend the entire afternoon or the entire morning with you, or whatever time you have, to show you some of the unbelievably amazing things that are going on at that airport. Things that are all about sustainability. Businesses that are there that are doing cutting edge technology about electrifying air travel that are being done in less than a handful of places in the United States, if not in the world. So I would strongly encourage you to take a look at that and see what is going on there. Granted, you can't do it today, but when we are through with this, I would really encourage you to do that. I think you'd be amazed at some of the things that are going on there. The other thing also is that, the airport is an enterprise fund. we are responsible for that enterprise fund. And that enterprise fund is in a bit of a crisis right now. And they need our help. They need this cash flow. Nick said it perfectly. The risk of not having this is much greater than the risk of having it. You know, we are supposed to be, or enterprise funds are supposed to be self-sustaining. And I just wanted to close with just one comment, and that is just for the record, to note that there are interest charges with this borrowing. And the airport, being that they are an enterprise fund, they have to come up with, where is that money going to come from? Talking about $40,000, they have in this resolution that we would be passing is a budget amendment that would take money out of two other line items, that one of which is runway de-icing, which hopefully we are not going to need between now and July 1. And the other is a professional consultant security contract, which is also monies that can be diverted to the interest expense. So thank you. Thanks very much. I appreciate the second round, President Tracy.
Yep. Thank you, Councilor Paul. I saw Councilor Hanson. I have you in the queue, but Councilor Mason has yet to speak, so I'll go to him and then to you, Councilor Hanson. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. Am I off mute? Yes. I will be supporting this. I'm sort of been listening to the back and forth, and I'm somewhat scratching my head at those who are intending to vote no for a policy objective that's not really up for discussion and unlikely to be achieved by a no vote. I'm a little concerned about voting no, sort of hiding behind the belief that there will be majority support, particularly in light of Assistant Director Longo's statements that voting no puts the taxpayers at risk. We need to avail ourselves of historically low interest rates to take advantage of this borrowing right now and ensure the airport, is on solid footing as we head out. So with that, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Councilor Hanson.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to take the I mean, I think this is going to be an ongoing discussion with the airport, and I think it should be, and it needs to be. So I don't think we need to hash everything out tonight, but let me shed a little bit more light on where I'm coming from with this. So I think we are inherently, due to the COVID crisis, and with this particular resolution, we are doing planning by the seat of our pants. That is what's happening. So it's not unique to a no vote. I think a yes vote is also that type of move. You're making a pretty drastic move pretty quickly because you feel that there's the need to do that. So that is kind of the situation that we're in. We're having to make pretty big decisions pretty quickly here. With this, with the 11.1 million revenue anticipation, so the assumption is that you're gonna get this back through future revenues. So you are planning on a longer time frame than just the initial borrowing to be able to make that revenue back. So there's a lot of assumptions that have to go into that. We don't know how long this iteration of COVID, and if it mutates, we don't know how long that's going to impact air travel and impact the industry in our airport. We also don't know what the world post-COVID is going to look like. It's not just air travel, but I think air travel is one of the key areas where it's very, very possible that this industry will never look the same as it did prior to this crisis. It could be permanently altered or shrunken. And we don't know when the next pandemic is going to come. We also know we have this dramatically increasing climate crisis that sooner or later, we're going to start to see more dramatic impacts of the climate crisis, and we're going to see that emergency response. And many of us are trying to push that now and get that going, that emergency response mode where it is all hands on deck. Regardless of where we're able to compel that into existence, it's going to come into existence when more disruptions happen and when more natural disasters happen. And once again, that's going to be a situation where things like air travel that aren't as essential to our survival as our immediate health, our immediate well-being, our shelter, our food access, our clean water access. Those things come to the front, and a lot of things are going to be impacted and are going to fall by the wayside, so to speak. So I think, to me, that part of the risk is that for reasons out of our control and reasons within our control, this is an industry that the future is, I think, very uncertain. So to me, there is risk with planning on, with taking out this money and planning that we're going to see those revenues pay it back, and knowing what time frame that's going to be on. So I just want to explain a little bit more how I'm looking at this. I know I'm not going to probably flip anyone's vote, but I want to at least be very clear why I am voting no.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Yay.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
No.
Counselor Hanson,
No.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Stromberg,
No.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
9 ayes, 3 nays.
Thank you for calling the roll. That item passes, which brings us to our next item, which is a communication from Chief Locke regarding COVID expenses. Chief Locke, are you with us and able to join? Hey, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for all your work in the COVID response. Really appreciate all the hard work you and your team, you and the city team are putting in. I know it's a really tough time for you, the department, and just a lot of our first responders. So thank you for that, and thank you for being here tonight.
Very welcome.
So I'll turn it over to you to just explain what is in the communication, and if you could just provide an update on some of the responses and what the costs were for the responses from the department.
Sure. So as you had requested in the resolution that was when it was initially passed, funding setting aside the funding, we wanted to bring forth at least an initial outline of the expenses incurred so far in the COVID-19 response. These are expenses authorized out of the Emergency Operations Center, and basically were put into 7 categories. These do not include any personnel cost or any cost incurred by the RRC, which both of those are much smaller than this amount and very limited, but we will, working with the CAO, have those updates for you shortly. So we broke down the monies into either equipment, PPE, which is protective equipment. Am I getting bad feedback?
Just if everyone else if folks can make sure they're on mute, if you're not.
Sanitizer/cleaner, the thermometer project, the denim mask project, and then security. I will note that this today, running through my notes, while this sheet shows an expense of about $117,000, that should actually be $105,000. We had a duplicate charge on the spreadsheet for hand sanitizer or sanitizer/cleaner, so it should be about $105,000 total, and about $30,000 on the cleaner/sanitizer. So this is everything, again, from PPE, our protective equipment that went to all city workers, but primarily police, public safety, police and firefighters, and then to equipment for the EOC and cleaning supplies. And so with that, I'll turn it over for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief Locke. Are there any questions from councilors? Councilor Freeman, go ahead.
I just was wondering, does it say in here? I didn't see. and I did hear this a little bit at Board of Finance too, but did you say where we anticipate expenses going from here? I might have missed that. I know there's just been a, now I can't
don't-
even get back to the expense report screen. This is so, sorry. But I didn't see, there's no, right, there's nothing in here, and I don't, maybe you've said it at some point, but I might have missed it.
I would not dare to make that estimation. I think there's too many variables that currently go along with that. And so I think that for me to try to make that estimation, I would not be accurate and or feel comfortable. I would say that we have a adequate supply currently of PPE on hand. I think we are feeling pretty good with that. Our sanitizer / cleaner we bought very early on, and have enough for another, at our current burn rate, about another 3 to 4 weeks. And then the equipment, I would say, is settled down. Some of that equipment we should have probably had much previously, so to upfit our emergency operations center. And obviously the thermometer project and the denim mask project are individual projects that have working out very well, and I don't see either of those with substantial new cost. I think the next expense report where you'll see items up from the RRC and any personnel costs that perhaps are now going to be absorbed into the general fund instead of from enterprise funds, those could be a longer term expense.
Okay, thank you. And regarding the sanitizing, I was wondering, we're not doing any of the fogging sanitation in any areas? It's just, I was just curious if the city was doing that at all.
We are doing it primarily on public safety and to sanitize our ambulances.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, I really appreciate that. I also appreciate you giving an idea of what might be, coming, and even though it's still up in the air, but and just this, explanation of where we're at now. I was glad to have the conversation for the public. I know this was originally on the consent agenda, but I really appreciate it. I'm drawn to numbers. I like to see the numbers. And I'm also I'm incredibly thankful for the work that so many people are doing right now to address this. I can't even list everyone, but I'm just seeing this. It's amazing what you all are doing. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Councilor Hanson, and if other councilors are interested in getting in, please give a wave. Okay. Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd start by just echoing that and really thanking you and the rest of the team that is working day in, day out on this. The whole city, all over the city, we really take note of and appreciate, and many of us directly benefit from this great work. And also appreciate you taking a little time to discuss it more. I guess my question is a little more qualitative than quantitative, is just, even for myself as a city councilor, trying to follow the daily briefings and read all the material and follow what's going on. I'm obviously not as in the loop as you, and feel sometimes a little bit disconnected from this work. So I would just love to hear how you and the team are feeling right now, how we might support you. Just more generally, what's on your mind? Are you feeling strong about where we're at? Are there any particular areas of need that you feel are urgent? I'd love to just really hear from inside scoop in your role, what everything's feeling like and how we might be able to support you.
So first, understand the Emergency Operations Center is the coordinating hub of all activities. And so we have a daily conference call every morning where the mayor sets objectives for the day. And as you can imagine, the mayor's right on top of this and really pushes us to answer a lot of questions outside of the box and to get ahead of, we're often leading the state on issues and asking questions at the local level that the state follows up the next day with, or is certainly consulting with us at the same time. So that sets the objectives for the day. I would say the team is strong and the team feels good. Are they working long days? Absolutely. It's very impressive to see Luke Darren run the RRC and Brian run the analytics team. The police today were out delivering masks that Brian, had acquired and made through his contacts. This really is an entire city team effort, and I'm just lucky enough or fortunate enough to be the coordinating it. But it goes very deep and through all city departments, and whether it's Parks and Rec and the kind of the cultural team coming in, library come up with activities for the kids. It's very impressive, and you definitely should be proud of all your city employees who are working hard every day, and not to mention, I'll shout out to the public safety folks who are I've been doing this over 30 years. I don't think I've ever seen responders as stressed responding to incidents as they are to this. And it's settling down now. I think, we were changing policy 2 and 3 times a day to keep up with direction from the hospital on what the appropriate PPE is, what you can do when. And, just yesterday, the hospital stopped no more field intubations. So they're changing practices from our medical providers. So again, a very committed staff, and who are on average gearing up or suiting up for about 3 to 4 patients a day that are, suspected of. They answer one of the positive questions. They've had a fever, they have a cough, and so because of that, it's a burden. It is not a burden. It's just a stressful time on all our responders, but certainly living up to their commitment to the city.
Anything else, Councilor Hanson?
Thanks for that. And then my other question, it's not to put you on the spot, and maybe you don't have a answer right now, but really just how we can help and how we can support. I know there was a kind of call to action from Mike Kanarek from BED for us to get these signs up all over the city, and I think all the councilors stepped up and made that happen pretty quickly to make sure the information about the resource and recovery centers out there and in different languages and available in a way that's accessible to all, in key points around the city. So I thought that was great. And basically, I just want to let you know that we're willing to help, and I'm happy to, well, in speaking for myself, like, I'm happy to do more. I'm here to do more. Please don't hesitate to call on us and at least ask. And if you have anything right now that you want to mention that might be coming down the pike that we could be of service, that would be great. Or if not, just know that we're here for it if that does, if something does come up or you all have an idea there.
Certainly, thank you for the offer, and if it comes up, we'll certainly take you up on it.
All set, Councilor Hanson?
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Hightower?
My comments were actually addressed, so just thank you, Director Locke, for adding a late night to what I'm sure is a very long week.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Jang?
Yes, and I think I wanted to just piggyback with Jack Henson's offer. Not an offer, but I wanted to know also, maybe not tonight, if we can also have how much of a response your team is doing in terms of the COVID. Having an update to say basically, oh, we responded to this amount of COVID-19 calls. We picked up this amount of people, those type of things, so that we have an idea about what your department is currently doing, about COVID-19. I know you're extremely busy. I know there are so many things going on, but I also wanted to kind of have an idea about in terms of amount, in terms of number. But not necessarily.
We do publish that daily, so it'd be easy enough to get it to you. So we publish what we call our number of patients under investigation, is the acronym PUIs that we contact daily. And so that is not a difficult number to achieve. We publish that in our daily briefing.
Okay. So you mean daily briefing with the mayor? Like
yes.
That? Okay. And it's also different from the recovery center?
It is.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, but maybe, I don't watch them all at all the time, but if you can sometimes just throw out an email to consult the people.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from councilors? Go ahead, Councilor Stromberg.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time, Mr. Locke. I know that this is a really stressful, high anxiety situation in general, and just the fact that they're here right now at 10 p.m. is just awesome. So I really appreciate it. I just wanted to. This is maybe more of a question kind of thrown out to everyone, but I'm not an accountant or a financial analyst, but I believe I caught that, and Mr. Locke, you can uh, solidify whether this is true or not, but it's 105,000 rather than the 100 and almost 17,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so that being slightly over 10% of what we've kind of allocated to our relief response efforts, do we feel that we're on a good track in terms of our spending? And if there's like more leeway than we thought, can we be putting resources elsewhere? I don't know. I just wanted to kind of open that up and see if anybody had any ideas. Thank you.
Again, from my standpoint, I'm not prepared to make that answer right now. I think again, I feel comfortable with the kind of the categories that are outlined here. We're good on burn rate for PPE. Our burn rate's good for cleaner and sanitizer. But I think for right now, it's too early. While we hope we've seen it peak, I don't think again, we always want to be conservative, and at this point, I'm not necessarily sure where we're going to end up. And I think until we know some of those personnel costs and the finalized some more costs of the RRC, I think that'll give you, which I know Councilor Paul talked about at the Board of Finance, and hopefully we'll have that to you shortly, and that'll give you more information.
And just to clarify, the RRC is a lower number than the 105,000. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Strongberg. Any other councilors with questions? Mr. Mayor, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, President Tracy. I think Chief Locke handled all that very skillfully. I guess I would just echo Chief Locke's final point. I think we're in the early innings of this emergency still. I think it was an important action that the council took back on March 23rd to give the EOC and the IRC the resources to respond quickly to the unexpected. We didn't know back then that the community mask initiative would become this significant initiative it's become. We didn't know back then that there would be this shortage of thermometers that we would be able to address and really meet a need that many of our sensitive, vulnerable locations had. And I don't think we know what new risks are and uncertainties are coming in the weeks ahead. I think we're going to be battling this virus for a long time. I think it likely more than a year. And the different chapters of this are going to have different financial needs. And so I was actually concerned that we've already gone through more than 10% of the allocation in just these weeks. So if anything, I'm concerned we might end up needing more, but we'll have a better sense for that when we have a clear indication of how much resources are going into the RRC. We're basically trying to respond. Anyone asks for help, we're trying to get them that help, and we're not asking about, we're figuring out the costs later. That's sort of the attitude so far. As we get deeper into this, we'll have better projections and better understanding. But right now, I think there's still a lot of uncertainty about the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We will go ahead and close that item down. And that concludes the deliberative agenda. We'll now move into, item number 5 is committee reports. I would just note that committees have been assigned and councilors were shared their assignments. We're going to be working on getting those assignments up on the web. We'll be able to, so that members of the public can see that. And then you'll see those assignments also placed as a communication on the next consent agenda. So you'll see that as well. Next item is City Council General City Affairs. Any city councilors wishing to comment on general city affairs?
Yep.
Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Yes. But I wanted to talk about two items, and I think I've been in communication with the administration, especially DPW. And one of them is a leaf pickup that people have decided to stop because it's not considered as essential. And if you think about it, we pick up the recycling every week in communities, and leaf pickup takes place only one time. And it's unfortunate. It is during the COVID-19. And you go around the neighborhoods, many people have their leaves waiting to be picked up. So I don't know if it's a communication problem, but they still have bags of leaves waiting on the streets of Burlington. And the response that I received is basically people need to go to drop them by themselves. And as you all know, in Burlington, the pickup place on Pine Street has been closed. And now people are going to Williston. One, it's very, very far. Some people are elderlies. They worked very hard to put their leaves together. And two, the fees to pick up or to drop anything is now $10. There is no, it doesn't matter what you bring, you have to pay $10. And I utilize it myself. I know what I'm talking about. I think there are a couple of things that are, yes, not essential. And especially these times, the city, I think, need to take that on. Just go around, pick up the leaves. You don't even interact with people who drop them on their sidewalks or their lawns. You just come and pick it up and drop it off where it needs to go. That's one. And I think the other item that I also in communication with the administration is we need to think about the park patrol program. How do we call it? Beach and park patrol? You know, the weather will start to be very nice soon. People will start to need to go outside. And I don't think it will be the role of the police to be in parks to remind people to social distance, do not use the playground and things like that. And I think for a already budgeted item to hire temporary seasonal park patrols, I think we need to also revisit it, that item, because we're talking about safety, and also we're talking about making sure that our roads and sidewalks are beautiful and clean. Those are two things that I wanted to bring up here as general city affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. And other councilors on general city affairs? Seeing none, we will move into item number 7, which is City Council President update. I don't have too much. I would just say that I really appreciate all of you being very flexible on committee assignments and collaborative on that. I really appreciated that process. I also would appreciate any feedback that councilors have, as I'm just getting started in this and learning. So please pass along feedback. I know that past President Councilor Shannon has already been kind enough to reach out to help me with some tips. I really appreciate that. But if you have other feedback, please let me know. I really appreciate that, and that will only make me and hopefully the meetings better as a result. So please pass that along. And I look forward to continuing to work on this, bettering the involvement and the interaction virtually. So if there are comments specific to that, I would also welcome those as well. The final item on the agenda is the mayor on general city affairs. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, President Tracy. The one thing I just wanted to speak to tonight, I mean, speaking a lot daily to COVID-19, so I won't try to summarize all that here. The one thing I did just want to note that was on the consent agenda tonight, I think is worth bringing some attention to. because it is a significant annual milestone, didn't get this discussion tonight, is that the city attorney's office was able to complete and release the livable wage annual report, reporting out on the city's effort to stay in compliance with that important ordinance. And this year, as has been the case in recent years, we were able to expand the compliance checks that are done in addition to the kind of review of the documentation and other administrative steps. There's actually been an expansion of the compliance checks, and I just wanted to thank the city attorney's office for getting that work done, even amidst everything else going on, and note that this continues to be a strong commitment to ensure that this ordinance is followed. That's what I got for tonight, President Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A motion to adjourn is in order.
Make the motion.
Moved by Councilor Jang. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Mason. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good night.
Opposed? That passes and we are adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good night.